Ladies and gentlemen, today we're doing a little bit of a blast from the past. It's been a minute. What I'm doing, Mishy's still chilling there. Silver Fur, he's going to kind of go off to the side a little bit. Actually swap those so we can see them a little better. There we go. Let's go ahead and see what's going on with our druid, shall we? Wait, what? That's wrong. My mage is actually wearing a bunch of gear from all over the place, as is norm for my transmogs. Alright. Let's immediately log out, because we shouldn't be here. You see what I mean, by the way? This is what I mean when I say it's for people who've never played a game before. Like, put your hands on WASD over there. Put your right hand on the mouse, you know, stuff like that. Alright, so we're going to immediately delete that character. I'm going to make a new character. Night Elf. Good. Well, shoot. Okay, I can remake my whole freaking character now. What skin color I was using. They always look right. This is a Night Elf, right? Yes. Hair's not right. So I kind of want to actually go with this character long term. Probably should have taken a picture before I just randomly deleted her. Some terrifying things are happening right now. This is what character creation is, okay? Just being terrified. I can try this for a while. Sure. Shadow Glen, please. Apparently Shadowlands is when they added Exile's Reach. So we'll consider that when it comes to Shadowlands.
After years of imprisonment within the Emerald Nightmare, Archdruid Malfurion Stormrage has finally returned to the
Spoilers!
Reunited with his love, Tyrande Whisperwind, Malfurion endeavors now to heal the corrupted world tree Teldrassil and rejuvenate the spirit of the Night Elf people. Yet as the great cataclysm shakes the boughs of their colossal tree, the Night Elves brace themselves against the coming storm. As war and destruction close in from all sides, it falls to Night Elves like you to stand strong and protect the enduring legacy of your people.
Don't worry, war will never come to Teldrassil. We're fine. One moment. So how many of you have done the Night Elf vanilla experience? Which this is very, very little different from, so you're mostly going to be getting the same thing. I really liked the Night Elf Starter Zone. It was actually one of my favorites back in the day. I'd say one of the top 2. Now, that sounds like a bit of an insult, I suppose, and I suppose it kind of is one. I'm sorry, most vanilla starter zones were not particularly good. It's also one of the reasons I got so used to the run. You know, the run. From, Darnassus to Elwyn Forest. Probably the only thing I've ever really liked that Carbot put out that wasn't StarCraft related. He did a video. They did a video. And I'm going to go ahead and plug it here. It's called I Want to Level an Elwyn, and I highly recommend it if you have any interest in it. It's about 30 minutes long, and if you're wondering why, then you don't know what the run is. The sheer amount of time and effort that went into it is honestly kind of crazy, too. Don't mind me, just going through the usuals here. This shouldn't take too long. It never does. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. You would have to really work at it to be more accurate than what he does. Or what they do, excuse me, really need to be correctly. So yeah, I got really used to this area. I'm going to go ahead and admit something that's probably going to make y'all make fun of me, and that's okay. No, I have not checked yet. One of the biggest reasons why I liked the Night Elf Zone over so many of the other ones is the music. It also was kind of inoffensive. I mean, most vanilla zones were relatively the same in terms of structure and quest design. Except Dune Rogue, that just sucked. So it was all about like the ambience, right? Now, how do you sell this place? Well, this is what it sounds like.
Ishnuala.
Greetings, Ajid. I am Lithalane. God. My purpose in Shadowglen is to train young druids like you and to ensure the balance of nature is maintained. The spring rains were particularly heavy this year, causing some of the forest's beasts to flourish while others suffered. Unfortunately, Night Saber numbers grew too large, and they will devastate the other populations if they're not culled. Go forth, thin the Saber populations.
Good luck, friend.
I can do that. Yeah, exactly. You don't level in Teldrassil for the gameplay. Let's just be honest about that. They also, it's really funny, because Teldrassil, well, it looks like crap when you look at it from the outside. But they did a good job when you're inside it to make it feel like you're on top of a gigantic frickin' tree. Which, by the way, spoilers, we are. Oh, and Lord Harrimont asks why we're doing Druid again. There's a lot of answers to that question, weirdly enough. I am, rather selfishly, using this run to fill out my retinue of classes, because I want to have at least one of every class on both sides. And it's something I've wanted for a while, and I've been planning to use this run to do that for some time, so this is going to be my long-term Alliance Druid going forwards. And we need an Alliance Night Elf anyways, in order to go to show off Teldrassil. And then we need to do Darkshore regardless, so we might as well use this character for that. And going from Darkshore straight to Ashenvale makes sense, so we might as well use this character to do the entire North Barrens chain. So, yeah. That's why this is Zodreed instead of something else.
What brings you here?
You performed your duties well. Oh, thanks.
Teldrassil.
You seem to know what you're doing. Maybe I can ask you something a little bit more important. As you may well know, the corruption in Teldrassil was supposedly wiped away, yet something lingers. The creatures have not calmed, and all manner of problems still plague us. I need you to deal with the Grelkin that have gathered to the west, and while you're there, I want you to search them for fell moss. That'll help me to determine where this corruption stems.
Farewell.
Sure, I can do that. Interesting. I mean, you got to get down the tree somehow, Lord Hermont. Boop, boop, boop. Can adults be shamans? I don't know.
Greetings.
Vicious little growl. They've been stealing from our food stores again. You wouldn't mind lending a hand? They're sure to have stolen my bags in their camp to the west. I'd be glad to reward you if you could bring them back to me.
Teldrassil.
None of our new warlocks are ready. What? 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 Here's a fun thought. Imagine if you decide to jump off the edge of the northwest edge of the tree. And that's like when you make it to the ground on the northwestern edge. For those who don't understand the significance of that, the actual town is on the southeastern edge here. So yeah, you'd have to go all the way around the tree to get down there. And it is the size of a zone. Go figure. How to reach Keldanis? In the center of Shatrath, there's a big dome that you can go inside of. On, I believe, the western edge of that dome is a portal, which leads to Keldanis. It's got some energy-looking cubes by it. So that's how you'll be able to see it. By the way, giving directions like that. So when we first switched over to the Horde, back during, that would have been Wrath, I think. Well, no, that was during BC, leading up to Wrath. Anyways, when we first switched to the Horde, nobody knew where anything was. So people were constantly asking in Guild, where do I find such and such? Where's the auctioneer? You know, where's the house for this? How do I get this quest item? And of course, I always had the answer to that. And it got to the point where people just started calling me the Hordanica, as in the Encyclopedia Hordanica, because I just had those kind of answers off the top of my head. Oh god, actually making it to Darkshore. I could see that, because it maintains your horizontal movement when you do Slowfall. Usual tutorial stuff here. You notice I'm not talking too much about it. Yellow mobs to start. And, just basics of loot item, kill thing, use abilities, etc. It's all just here to be like, hey, here's how abilities work. Here's how the game works. Basic stuff. That's in the wrong spot. There we go. That's better. Yeah, how do you get to Stormwind from Teldrassil? Well,
Hello.
I don't have any spare supplies for my customers until my stolen goods are recovered. Have you had any luck?
Goodbye.
Ah, alone be praised. And you as well, young druid. There are many young night elves in need of these, but I'd be more than happy to give you one of the bags as a reward. I do like bags. Wait, no, I don't. I throw it on the ground.
I am listening.
Satisfy my suspicions, Zodreed. Bring me Felmoss.
May the stars.
And your services to the creatures of the Shadowbin is worthy of reward. You have confirmed my fears, however. The Grelkin are tainted by Felmoss, despite Teldrassil's blessing. Something sinister remains in the tree. I can only hope the gnarled pine of the furbogs are free of corruption, or we are still in grave danger. I will look into this further and contact those who might be of aid. Thank you, Druid.
Go in peace.
Perhaps you'd be willing to aid us further in pursuing this corruption. Dentaria Silverglade, a priestess of the moon, has offered to aid us. You should find her between the two pools just north of our great tree.
May the stars guide you.
Okay. Let's go see what's up. Oh my god. That feels like that would be a hell of a swim, Lord Paramount. Well, every now and again I needed a character who needed to be deleted because they existed just to show off a tutorial zone, Yura. And why wouldn't I call them Mr. Ed? So I get to kill Mr. Ed over and over. Sorry.
What brings you here?
Actually, the real meme there is the fact that Mr. Red would, in all of his incarnations, would rather die than serve Garrosh. It is good that you've come. It seems your training progresses quickly.
May the stars.
Our friend Iveron has fallen to poison from the nearby woodwhip spiders. I can tend to him and keep his state from deteriorating, but I need someone to gather an ingredient to prepare an antidote. All around the pond you should find moon petal lilies. These flowers have great healing properties. I can use them with ingredients I already have to restore him to better health. Would you gather them for me?
Go in peace.
Sure. Yeah, I imagine Magister is the kind of name that would be very taken. Yeah, I figured, Yura. There are very, very, very few raid tokens still in the game that still involve actually turning them into someone. In fact, I'm pretty sure they only exist in one format anymore, and that is the wonkiness they did with Ice Crown. Because in Ice Crown, you needed tier set tokens, but then you also needed, like, heroic tokens to then upgrade your sets to the heroic version, because that was actually tier 10, tier 10.5, and then tier 10.9. AKA 10-man, 25-man, and 25-man heroic. So I'm guessing, Magister, your name ended up being Magister, with like a whole bunch of, like, I don't remember what they're called. The things you put over vowels. I hate people like that, by the way. No offense. No offense. We had a rule. We actually had a rule for an extremely long time. That if you had any of the vowel things in your name, you're out of the guild. Immediately. Like, no. Or to be slightly more accurate, we wouldn't recruit you. It's like, nope. Not happening. I'm not typing out Alt 0135 and then Alt 3365 every single time I want to invite you to a group. It's not happening. And yeah, we're not having any Lego lasses. Why? Well, actually, it's very simple. Ironically, nowadays it would be less of an issue, because nowadays this button exists. So nowadays I could just hit the invite button here, or invite straight from here. But back in the day, most of that stuff was typed. So I'd be like, /invite 0135, 0135, and then I'd be able to invite that person. And no.
Goddess bless you.
Our dear friend is not doing well, even with my mending. Have you brought the supplies?
Illume light.
This will do perfectly. Thank you. Your swiftness is appreciated.
Goddess watch over.
I must ask something more dangerous of you. Strange news has traveled to me through the whisperings of the forest. The mysterious woodland protector, Terindrella, has returned to the Shadowglen again. The Dryad's presence has not been felt in the forest since before the blessing of Teldrassil. Something is surely amiss if she has journeyed back to this land. Seek out Terindrella in the Shadowthread Cave, north of here. It's dangerous, but we have prepared the antidote just in case.
Asha Fela.
Okay. I've had this general setup for a long time, and I'm quite fond of it. You know, so for those of you curious, this is my overall setup here. Actually, I can type this to really show it off. So the upper left is my party members, and I'm right below them. So all of my healing stuff, or tracking buffs, seeing what my healer's mana's at, you know, seeing what my DPSs are like, seeing who's debuffed with what, all that's just boom, right there, immediate. Bottom left is my abilities, all of them blocked down there into one giant chunk, thanks to Bartender. Lower right is chat. Target is right to the left of my HUD. Target of target is right to the right of my HUD. So this is what I'm looking at, and this is what they're looking at. And then, of course, right in the middle, I have ArcHUD, which is my bread and butter. Of all of these add-ons, the only one I think I couldn't deal without is ArcHUD. You can barely see it right now, but if I was to enter combat, there it is right there. Target health, my health, cast bar, and my mana. Boom, boom, boom. It is exactly what a HUD should be, and you'll notice it is dead center right there in the middle of the screen. So it's very, very at a glance. ArcHUD is probably the... I'd say, yeah, I'd say it's the most used add-on for me. And when we lost ArcHUD for a while there, which we did for like a couple of years, until someone else picked up the add-on, I was not happy about that.
Ah, the great outdoors.
Yeah, it changes based on, like, if you have combo points, or, you know, runic power, or rage, or whatever. I see you found me, young night elf. Dentaria was wise to have sent you.
What is nature's...
I'd hoped to never return to Teldrassil for such grim business. I'd hoped its corruption had been wiped away completely, but something foul lingers. These spiders suffer much more deeply from the corruption. Oh, there's spiders that suffer? I can fix that. Let's do it. Oh, God. I take it back. I take it back. Oh, God, I'm sorry. See, I'm the exact opposite. I had to be talked down from using more add-ons because I'm a filthy add-on lover. I admit it. I have been... God, I'm not sure, like, what really started that. I suppose StarCraft 1? It's been a minute. I'm not actually sure what the first add-on game was for me, but I've pretty much been hooked to add-ons ever since. Or that is to say mods. Let's call it what it is. And yeah, I love quality of life add-ons, and I love... You notice almost every add-on I'm using is a form of a HUD or interface add-on. Just another way to present the information. I do the same thing over in FF14. Not that I would ever use add-ons in FF14. That's crazy. But the mods I totally use in FF14, wink, are almost entirely just informative based. I will say the addition of edit mode was a great addition to the game. I like being able to use add-ons, but not having to, yes. Like, that is such a quality of life feature, and got its own positives already. I'm almost positive they took edit mode straight from FF14 too, and that's not a complaint. I mean, it's even got the... For those of you who haven't actually seen me show this off, it's even got the, like I could move this over. Do you see that red line that shows up there? Or, like, that one right there? It's got snapping to, like, its fellow bars or, like, the middle of the screen. So I can put that right dead center of the screen if I really want to. Or, like, over here. I don't actually remember Equalitas. Oh God, I don't remember. I remember many things about Tor, but that's not one of them. Anyway, so I'm playing a Night Elf female. You're probably thinking, why? I'm going to go ahead and say the most controversial thing I've ever said in this game. Night Elf females have the best animations in this game. If I could play them on the Horde, I would have been doing that since vanilla. I like the run animations, I like their attack animations, I like their casts. They look cool. I don't know what you want from me. There's a reason my main for an extremely long time was a Night Elf warrior. That's funny you say that, because I already have, like, 3 Nightborn. And yeah, Blood Elves are probably in the number 2 slot. Well, it's funny you say that, Lita Fairy, because my other main was a Forsaken, was an undead warrior.
Is there trouble?
This corruption these spiders suffer from is not simply surface deep. It cannot be magic or subtle malintent. It is bred into them. Our next task is clear.
Hi!
These spiders are born with corruption in their veins. Their brood mother must be the root of this evil. Let's make our way to the north end and kill Githias the Vile, which at this point, we've actually already killed twice, but ignore that for a second. That's my fault. Alright, time to do Undead without Mr. Red. Undead Mr. Red. I like it. This probably shouldn't be working.
Ah, the great outdoors.
Githias and her brood are being corrupted by this totem. But this is a Furbog totem. This is troubling indeed. This means the Narpine are still a danger to these forests. We let our guard down too soon. Too soon.
Is there trouble?
I'm sorry. I will pursue the trail of the Gnarlpine and track this corruption to its source. If you ever encounter Athrodus Bearmantle in Dolinar, he knows intimately the problems that plague this forest. He can direct you on how to help further. I'm sure we'll meet again. Perhaps you can aid me in dealing with the source of this corruption once I locate it. For now, I will take you back to Dentaria, so you can finish your training. Oh, thanks. So, I mentioned the Night Elf Zone is barely different, and that's on me for lying to you. It's just, what actually happened back when Kata came out was, like, the first new zone I did was, of course, like, Worgen. I was like, yes, this is so amazing. Then I did Goblin, and it's like, yes, it's so amazing. And then I did Troll, and I was like, yes, this is good. And I did Gnome, and I was like, this is actually pretty good, too. And I was like, I can't wait to play all of them. Next one I did was Night Elf. I was like, oh, well, this is barely different. It's actually a pretty good thing, and you'll notice in terms of actual gameplay, they've improved it several ways. 2 immediate examples. Our quest NPC was actually traveling with us, which completely reduces the padding involved. Because in vanilla, that exact same quest was, alright, hey, go check out this cave. Okay. Kill, 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 kill. Walk back to town. Hey, I checked out the cave. Okay, go beat the boss at the end of the cave. Okay. Fight all the way through the cave I've already fought through. Back to the end of the cave. Kill the boss. And all the way back to the thing. And that's how it works, right? Like, that's how quests used to work. Yeah, so the quests themselves are fairly similar, but you can see how they've used the new quality of life features Cataclysm has added to the engine in order to try and polish these up a bit. Someone mentioned something yesterday. I don't remember who it was, forgive me. But I think it's going to be the biggest reason why Cat is going to score so well. Because we've always had positives, even gameplay positives in zone design. What we've also had is tons and tons of negatives. The biggest thing Cataclysm is going to add to the score, and the reason why it is so much more enjoyable for me to level in, is because it did so much work to remove so many gameplay negatives from the leveling experience. Just ripping out a whole lot of that aggravating backtracking and padding and low drop rates and excessive kill quests and all the crap, right? Go loot 15 of these items, and these 15 items all, drop at about a 10% drop rate off of these one type of mobs, not the other type of mobs. Sorry for saying it. It's something that deserves to be repeated, because I'm not sure we'll give any gameplay negatives to any zones. We'll see. We'll see. You've returned. It's good to see you. Seems you've dealt with the source of much of the corruption in Shadowland. Teldrassil still suffers, but we'll need more attention, but we can afford a moment or two for you to finish your training. Part of the ritual to complete your training, you must learn about a recent history. There's a task you must perform. Go to the New Moonwell and retrieve a vial from its waters. While there, you'll witness a glimpse of our magics and learn of our past.
Goddess, watch over
I
you.
do like learning about the past. For real. Like in real life, even. I mean, I think I've mentioned this before, Lita Fairy. Me and, every single one of my friends quit this game because of Cataclysm's Endgame. The at-launch Endgame, I should mention. They really did patch it up substantially. And by the time Firelands came out, they'd started swinging back into good territory. By the way, I'm a huge fan of Firelands. It's actually one of my favorite raids in this game. I'm very sad I cannot give it positives. Hello. Much has changed for our people since the battle for Mount Hyjal. Teldrassil lies a pale shadow of what it once was, its power used to defeat Archimonde and drive back the Burning Legion. Our immortality, the very essence of our beings, was lost. The betrayer was freed from his prison, and Shan'do Stormrage disappeared into the Emerald Dream. A dark time for all. I see. By the way, notice that cutscene I just watched is completely optional. I hate to keep gushing about that, but it's one of the reasons why WoW will not have an unskippable cutscene negative. I know that sounds strange, because obviously FF14 has skippable cutscenes too. But in FF14, you hit bzz, and you hit skip cutscene. In WoW, if you want to skip a cutscene, you just walk away from it. I'm not saying it's better. It's just amusing to me that both games have stumbled into, skippable cutscenes for different reasons by different methods.
Elune be with you.
Our recent history is fraught with strife and violence. There's still much we must come to terms with.
May the stars...
Well done. You have one task left to you before you depart Shadowglen for the open wilds of Teldrassil.
Asha Thelai.
Tenaran Stormgrip oversees all that happens in this glade. He presides at the top of Aldrassil. If you look to the south, you'll see the underside of the ramp that leads up to him. Ascend to this ramp and complete your training. It's wonderful to have met you, Zadrid. I swell with pride knowing that among young night elves there are some so selfless and full of life as you are. You'll do great things for our people. Till we meet again.
Go in peace.
I actually do agree with you on that, Blade Tival. But you'll notice they're getting better about that too. Let me get into nitty-gritty specifics. So what would happen in BC or Wrath, let me emulate here, is I'd be like, all right, I'm going to go into this pool. Okay. I guess I'll leave, and then I'd leave. And about maybe 2 seconds later, the cutscene would start playing over here in the pool. I've left it because I didn't realize that the cutscene was actually still playing behind me, right? Also, the timing in our older cutscenes, you probably noticed this, was a lot worse. So you'd have things where, like, someone would say, hey, I'm talking, and this feels like this might be the end of my sentence. And you just sit there waiting like, is he done? Is he done? Is something else happening? And then, you start to leave, and then something else would happen. It's like, yeah, the delay in the triggers is an important aspect of this. And this does still happen from time to time. I'm not trying to whitewash that. However, if you'll notice, what happened here was the moment I walked into the pool. The instant I walked in, he showed up and started talking. Hey, what's up? There's also an invention they came up with. I think they invented it in Dragonflight, but they've really been implementing it in War Within, which has probably solidified it as my favorite way to approach in gameplay cutscenes. It's called Stay a While and Listen. Stay a While and Listen is more or less exactly what it sounds like. NPCs have a little thing, and you can interact with them and talk to them. And there's a dialogue option which literally says, stay a while and listen. If you do a voiced cutscene, then plays as they sit there talking about something relevant. It is completely optional, of course. It's almost always just a way to flesh things out, like it's not mandatory. You need to know this to progress kind of stuff. But it is always relevant information, and it really helps flesh out the story. And of course, it is completely optional. The only way you'll ever see that dialogue is if you seek it out. Yeah, they have music direction, they have voice direction, they have animation. God, they've done such good stuff with the Meanwhile Else, or the Stay a While and Listens. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful to have Shan'do Stormrage direct, but this is all really suspicious. What happened to Fandral? Shh, someone's here. What did happen to Fandral? And you see how that's a lot harder to skip, right? Because the moment I walked by, they immediately started talking. And again, when they start having more voice acting in the game, this is going to be even more difficult to skip. More difficult to miss, might be a better way to put that.
Peace be with you.
The Moonwells hold the waters of the Well of Eternity, the ancient source of magic that has wrought so many horrors on our world. The druids take advantage of its properties, the sentinels revere the wells as lit shrines, and now the returning highborn look to the wells longingly.
Go in peace.
So you have heard the first part of the aftermath of the Battle of Mount Hyjal. There's much more for you to learn in the task that you have begun here, and they will continue through the rest of your journey throughout Teldrassil and into Darnassus.
Farewell.
While there's more I would speak to you of the Moonwells and of Teldrassil, I must send you along. Orthus Moonrage will be expecting you. I've poured this phial of water you brought to me into this vessel to bring to him. Seek out Korathos. You'll find him at the Moonwell of Dolinar. Follow the road, direction.
Telnadris.
And take this blessing of the Wind's Embrace. It'll make your descent from Aldrassil more direct. I like this. Back in the day, they just made you run down. It's just, walk down. And now we can be like, wee. See what I mean, though? Tiny little quality of life things. Believe it or not, that's actually it for the tutorial area for the druids. And for the druids, I mean the night elves. Come on. One of the things I find most interesting about the night elf starter experience is that I'm going the wrong way. One of the things I find most interesting about the night elf starter experience nowadays is a lot of this is a direct reaction to what happened in vanilla. Now, you're going to see that a lot in Cata. But that's the problem, isn't it? An inordinate quantity of Cata quests are direct follow-throughs of vanilla quests, which aren't in the game anymore. So for people like me, we notice that and like, oh, hey, I recognize that thing. Oh, sorry. There you go. But then for everyone else, they're like, okay, what are you talking about? Why is this relevant? Why do I care about this person and a stupid bear? It's not the end of the world, and it's not the kind of thing I'm going to ding unless it gets particularly bad. But it is something that's always kind of confused me a little bit about their approach. By the way, you're probably wondering, what is the Night Elf racial ability? Stealth. That's it. As long as you're standing still, you can stealth. Oh, also, Night Elf Feral. By the way, hi, Elizar. Hi, Crazy Norse. Hi, Real Merc. Yeah, they got rid of the night requirement. It actually used to have a night requirement. They got rid of that.
Greetings.
Greetings, young druid. Can you offer me aid? I have a package of herbs that I must deliver to Dolinar, but I still have business with the druids of Shadowland. I cannot leave yet. Can you deliver this package for me? It needs to go to the innkeeper Keldamir. Oh, yeah, sure.
Good luck, friend.
Yeah, there are ways to actually leave combat with Shadowmeld, but it takes some work. And it's actually interesting because it doesn't technically have you leave combat. What it actually does is it kind of freezes your aggro. I'm explaining this wrong, but like if you Shadowmeld, you functionally like are hidden from the aggro list for a bit. As soon as you unmeld, your previous aggro is restored. So like for example, if you were tank, you could be like shung, and the enemy can run off, and once you unshung, they will go right back to you. No, late at all. All of the in-game gameplay and all of the in-gameplay and in-engine cutscenes are unpausable. In fact, I think all the cutscenes are unpausable for that matter. Spiders. It is unfortunate. I do agree with that.
Now what?
Eager for work, I see. Lucky for you. And day never goes by. I don't wish I had a fledgling druid to perform my bidding. You see, I can make you very happy and provide you things you never dreamed of having. But in order for that to happen, you have to bring me certain items. My business in the forest often fetches certain reagents. Fetch for me these items. And let's keep this our little secret. I'm definitely not evil. I'm not called Zen Foulhoof or anything like that. What's funny is this guy was actually designed to be an introduction to what satyrs actually are. Because most players playing this, especially for the first time, didn't know what satyrs actually are. Allow me to tell you what satyrs actually are. Satyrs were night elves who have been specifically corrupted with demonic corruption. They are, quite literally, fell night elves. So, as you might imagine, they tend to be acceptable targets, because they're fell night elves. I think we're up to a grand total of like 3 satyrs ever that we've ever worked with across the years. I can't even think of any off the top of my head. Hang on. I know we've had a couple. That would have been a cool feature, Maverick. That's true. And this satyr is actually going to be a quest giver here and in the next... Well, quest giver. He's going to be a story character in this and the next zone. So we'll see him a few times. I do agree that the game probably should be dinged for what is effectively overly skippable cutscenes. So we'll ding it. Especially since there's no replay option. I mean, in some cases there's a replay option, but it only applies sometimes. In some cases, and I've done this before, I'll be like, hang on, what? Abandon the quest, re-accept the quest, and, you know, the cutscene replays. But the problem is, if the cutscene plays at the termination of a quest, like, say, after you've turned in a quest, there's no replay there, is there? Yeah, no, they definitely need something like the Unending Journey in WoW. Ender Game Plus. Just steal the idea, Blizzard. It's what you're best at. It's what you're best at. Just do it. Just do it. Like, Lord knows I have many complaints about the Unending Journey. And New Game Plus and FF14. But at least they exist. You know? It's quite literally better than nothing. It's true. You don't need to gain experience in New Game Plus and WoW. Although knowing WoW, they'd probably let you. A judge blocked the sale? That's interesting. Wonder why. Whoop. Sorry, I was writing up my triple negative for the overly skippable cutscenes problem. It's okay, Magister. One of these days, Blizzard will watch my stream and be like, that's a good idea. Hey, Tommy! What? Come over here, watch this guy stream. Why? Why don't you just sit here with a notepad and write down all his ideas? Okay. Hey, boss, he just said get rid of the Horde versus Alliance thing. Brilliant! Let's get rid of the Horde versus Alliance thing! And then Shadowlands came out. I take full credit. Good morning, Huthor. I'm gonna watch the awards. No. I have better things to do than waste my time right now.
You again?
Have you been busy, little bee? Been waiting for you to bring me what I need.
Don't touch me!
Ah, well done indeed. Who would have ever thought that I, Zen Foulhoof, would have a night elf to do my bidding? Certainly not me, but so it goes. This world of ours is full of surprises. 3 cheers for the naive and the gullible. Right. Okay, good talk. Hello, cat +1. Switch. Now, tell you what. I'll watch the awards if, and only if, during the awards ceremony, they get on stage and say, hey, so we've decided to never run a single ad for these ever again. And then they actually don't run any ads the entire award ceremony. How's that sound? No? Too much? Okay. How about having a modicum of respect for the people they're actually giving awards to, rather than ushering them off the stage as quickly as possible to get to the next ad? No? That's still too much? Okay. Okay. How about not having literally criminal negligence to the point that they probably should have been brought up in criminal court for how extraordinarily lackluster and lacking their security was? No? It's still too much? Okay, whatever.
I am honored.
Greetings, Druid. What purpose do I owe the pleasure of our meeting?
Farewell.
Ah, you were sent by Teneron. Well, it seems we have much to talk about and much to do. Before we get to the task at hand, you should take a lesson from this moonwell. Oh, can I just say really quick? I've always loved the idea of moonwells. Like, so it's just a chunk of water, but then they purify the water, and then they actually pour arcane magic through it. And this is actually food for the Night Elves. Like, obviously, they can eat other food, but they can sustain themselves off of direct arcane energy, which makes sense. They're elves. Remember, and I've said this before, and I'll say this again, all elves, all offshoots of elves, all rely on some form of magical energy or another in order to sustain themselves. And yeah, it's a mini sunwell, exactly. The sunwell itself was based off of moonwells. So it's just kind of a cool idea. Like, obviously, you know, it's nice to sit down to a full course meal, but if I really need to, I'd just be like, take a few sips and I'm good to go. Let's do this. It also is one of the reasons why I've always loved the Arc Wine of the Nightborn. Because the Arc Wine is just a more French way of doing the same general concept.
What brings you here? May the stars
Ah, I see.
guide you. Go in peace.
Let me tell you more of... Oh, hang on, cutscene. With Malfurion's storm rage gone, the druids were left in disarray and desperate need of a new leader. Archdruid Fandral Staghelm roused the druids and convinced the Circle of Ancients in Darkshire it was time for our people to rebuild. In an effort to regain our immortality, and with the approval of the Circle, Staghelm and the most powerful druids grew Teldrassil, upon whose boughs you now stand. Though we have our new home, our immortal lives have not been restored.
Greetings.
Let me tell you more about the task you must complete. The druids in Darnassus use the waters of the moonwell of Teldrassil, and their moonwells must be replenished from time to time. Using these specially crafted vials, you can collect water of said moonwells. Take this to the moonwell outside of Starbreeze to the east. Fill it with some water and return to me. Pay heed to the lesson of the moonwells, lest we find ourselves furthering our shortcomings. Yes, we wouldn't want the Night Elves to fall into traditionalism. Actually, funny fact, for how stodgy the Night Elves tend to be, they've been one of the more progressive of the races in the modern era. Like, there's been a whole lot of cases of Night Elves, usually individual Night Elves, who are willing to let go of the past because they kind of have to. So, the aspects, what we refer to as the aspects is functionally Titan. Let me explain that a little bit differently. If you say, I've been blessed by the aspect, what you actually mean is you've been blessed by the Titans, which is, in other words, a form of arcane energy, order, right? So the aspect's blessing, whichever tree it was, I think it was Nordrassil, was in other words meant that the Titan energy was actually helping to reinforce and resupply the thing. It's also one of the reasons why Night Elves drink arcane energy on a regular basis.
I am listening. Farewell.
A friend of mine, Sister Aquine, is training to be a priestess of the moon in Darnassus. She left Dolinar to study in the temple last year. Her letters say she's doing well and learning much, but she misses home and old friends. I put together a book of her favorite recipes from Dolinar. If you have time, would you go to her in Darnassus? Sure.
Be careful.
Well, we don't talk about Anar. She's over there. Yeah, Chandris is a good example of what the Night Elves arguably should be. No, Huther. I don't even want to go down that. Let's not even.
How may I help? Be careful.
How might I be of service to you, young one? Are you here to rest at the inn? Do you require a hearthstone?
Till next week.
Ah, delivery of herbs from Shadowmen. The same Porthenius, could not bring it himself, for we have much to discuss, he and I. But I'm glad to get the herbs nonetheless. I'm glad you came. While you're here, please rest yourself. Heroes must keep their strength and spirits high, and must find rest and solace wherever they way, for to neglect one's peace of body and mind is a sure path to failure. He's got a good point. Guys, I'm taking a break for the rest of the day. No, I'm joking. Although, funny fact, you know how I cut off yesterday early instead of doing Teldrassil? Well, the idea there was to go lay down for a bit. But the moment I cut off, and I mean like literally a minute afterwards, they came down like, it's dinner time, and I'm like... So Eleazar asks, Lore, why are you so stupid? Why can't they make another Sunwell or another World Tree? So, they can, and they can. Any questions? Oh yeah, I need to show off the mage. God, where is it? Where is it? I was probably just looking at him. Up, maybe? No. Where's the mage? Ah! Having these cameras so far in. There you are. So yeah. There's a mage night elf trainer. Remember I mentioned the night elves being a little bit more progressive? That's a night elf mage.
I am listening. Asha Fela.
There was actually a hint to this. Actually, yes, they actually flat out mention that a lot of the Highborn that are here are specifically from... Whoops, hang on, wrong zone. Dire Maul. It's true, though, Huthor. They're willing to actually progress forwards. It took them a long time, but when they finally got the kick in the ass, they did started progressing. Credit where credit is due. And yeah, a lot of these are the Chandrilar from Dire Maul. That's not all of them, but that is, they mentioned that a few times. And there's actually, I don't know if he's still there, but there's a Night Elf mage who's just kind of hanging out in Darnassus, who's not super well received by the Sentinel he's chatting with. Let's put it that way. Also, armor just looks cool on Night Elves. They got that Amazonian look going for them. Yeah, we'll see in a bit, because we are going to head... we'll just look right now.
Go in peace.
Everyone in Dolinar are so proud of Sister Aquine. I'm certain she'll be pleased to receive this thoughtful gift.
May the stars guide you. Good luck.
Well, the Night Elves are immortal right now. They've got the tree. The High Elves wouldn't get more magic by having another Sunwell. They just have another target to defend. The Blood Elves do not have to rely on fell magic. All of those are solved issues, Eleazar. Funnily enough, I think because of how this works, because I've already done everything in Teldrassil on this account, I'm pretty sure I could go to Belemith right now if I felt like it. I don't know what you're talking about, Eleazar. Guys, I think Eleazar's losing it. He's talking about events that have never happened. But I suppose I owe you an answer. So to completely spoil, yes, they can make a new world tree. Yes, they already did. Yes, it's already in the game. There. Now, we're going to leave spoiler land for a second and go back to regular land over here. Is it him? God, I don't remember who did it. Yeah, don't ask me how to spell it, but I know how to say it. Was it the dude in purple or red? Yeah, it's probably not obvious given how much we've been talking all over the place, but for the most part I've been trying to avoid spoilers. All you need to know is that the jailer sucks and he's behind everything. And I don't really consider that a spoiler, because he sucks and he's behind everything. He's not talking. Whatever. Like, seriously, I just spoiled the entirety of the jailer's arc for you. He sucks, and he's behind everything. Boom. There you go. That's the jailer. Enjoy that. No, the Blood Elves still have their hunger. Remember, all elves still require arcane magic, or, well, magic, to some extent or another in order to sustain themselves. It's just because and this is past, so I don't mind talking about this, we reignited the Sunwell. In fact, we reinfused the Sunwell with light energy, so the Sunwell is now light and arcane equal. So they just have a new Sunwell. Boom. That's it.
Ishnu Allah. May the stars guide
Something
you.
for me? Yeah, so here's Sister Akeen, the one we keep talking about here.
Good luck, friend.
Oh, this is wonderful. It's just the kind of thing I need to remind me of home while I continue my studies in the Temple of the Moon. I'll try out one of the recipes tonight. I can't wait. Would you take this short note of thanks back to Neoma? You can hire the Hippogriff to do this tutorial. Yeah, sure.
I am honored.
I am going to continue operating under the presumption that the Arkandor is a permanent cure, because everything about that entire quest arc screams that it's a permanent cure. The problem is that was during Legion, which at this point was, what, 4, 5 expansions ago? And we haven't followed through on that. So...
Goddess watch over you. Elune light.
It'll be easy to get you a flight back, since you already know Fidelity can fly back there. Oh yeah, of course. This is how flight paths work. Check it out, I can fly to... Oh god, imagine if I accidentally clicked that right now. By the way, something I found out extremely recently. Did you know you could just fly across zone lines into the Exodar now? I don't know when they added this, because I don't deal with, you know, Azure Mist all that much. But yeah, I can just fly over here now. Essentially, you just fly out into the ocean, and then there's a loading screen, and then you're there. So, one of my characters for a future run, which will be the Warlords thing, is a Draenei, and I had to go get the Draenei out of Azure Mist, because I'd rather rip my teeth out than level an Azure Mist again. So I was like, oh, God, how do I get out of here? And as I was going to the flight path guy, I was like, oh, I wonder what my options are. And that's what I just kind of noticed. And I was just like, wait, what? I can just fly to Darnassus. Whoosh. That's a good point, Uthor. Yeah, we can presume that the Arkandor really was a permanent cure. I just kind of wish they'd confirmed that. I don't need it to be a whole story arc. Just put it in the back there. Lock it in, set it in stone. Arkandor, permanent cure. We're good. That's all I need to know. Because hypothetically, and I talked about it back during the Legion lore run, hypothetically, very, very slowly, but very, very surely, the Arkandor could cure every elf on the world of the arcane, of the magic dependency. If they wanted it. I mean, if they wanted such a cure. And that is a really freaking big deal. So, we'll see if they ever touch back on that. Anyway, sorry for completely spoiling a future story arc. Right after I talked about not spoiling future story arcs.
Be careful.
You're back from Darnassus.
May the stars guide.
Sounds like she loved it. Thank you for bringing the book. One of these days I intend to take her up on her invitation to visit her in Darnassus.
Farewell.
It's like just a walk right over there later. Alright, whatever. A troubling breeze blows through the forest. Garrulus Talvathran serves as Great Warden to the hibernating druids of Talos in the Benethil Barrow Den. His duty as the chosen protector of the sleeping is to ensure their safety so their pact with the Azera remains fulfilled. But word from Garrulus is now delayed and I grow nervous. Travel east, bring back a report so I can put my worries to rest, knowing my dreaming brethren slumber safely.
Farewell.
Yeah, no, I think if there is going to be a time in which we touch up on that, it's going to be during midnight. We'll see. Is magic dependency a bad thing? That's an interesting statement, because fundamentally, no. Like, I know this sounds weird, but we're dependent on water in real life, right? Is that a bad thing? Well, it can be. And I'm not even being facetious. If you're in the middle of the desert, or in the middle of a frozen wasteland, or you don't have potable water, then all of a sudden water dependency can absolutely become a problem, right? So, true, Takoida. There are benefits from the arcane dependency as well. But the point I'm trying to reach is, regardless of benefits, it's not, like, as long as you have access to water, it's not a big difference, right? It doesn't matter that much. This is exactly what happened to the High Elves. They were fine. Like, their kingdom was doing fine until the second, the second war happened. The demonic horde showed up. But even despite that, they were doing fine until Warcraft 3, and they lost their Sunwell. Them losing their Sunwell, well, that was the equivalent. Like, there's not even really much of a real-life equivalent. They lost their aquifer, right? They lost their reservoir of water, and it was just like, oh, crap. And you remember, we talked about that constantly throughout the BC quest, because it was such a constant undercurrent for almost every zone, was that the Blood Elves were still reeling from the fact that they had lost their water source, right? So is that dependency bad? There's also stuff that could be going on behind the scenes we don't know about yet. That's all the realm of speculative. Yeah, I know, Crazy Horse, I know. What if every good guy or every person or... What? If every good guy or every people and person who was against the Scourge knew everyone's story, real motives, plan, and so on, would they have been able to help each other better? Oh, better. I think the Warcraft story would have been better if Malfurion and Tyrande knew Illidan's plan and melted Northern. Maybe they could work together, right? Yeah, that applies to roughly 100% of fiction. Elizar. So yes, I will go ahead and say.
Peace.
If everyone magically knew everything, then yes. The Council of the Forest has news that you aided Zenfalmuth. The Satyr is an enemy of the forest. As a night elf, you should know better than to defile the forest by killing nature's creatures. Lady, you must redeem yourself in the eyes of the Council if you want to remain a friend of Teldrassil. Okay.
Go in peace.
Ishnuala.
I was once given an emerald dream catcher from Garrulus Talvathran, the warden of the druids of Benethil Barrow Den. This powerful amulet is able to siphon energy from the emerald dream, bestowing luck upon those who carry it. Sadly, I have not been able to retrieve it from my dresser in Starbreeze. Although Starbreeze was once a tranquil place, it has now succumbed to the corruption of the furbog that hide there. Oh, I can deal with that. Yeah, honestly, if everyone knew everything in real life, first of all, but second of all, yeah, things would probably be a little different. A little bit. I mean, Maiev was never going to listen to Illidan, and frankly, neither was Malfurion. I've said it before and I'll say it again, one of the more consistent talking points about Malfurion is that he has a huge blind spot for his brother. That is a very consistent character flaw of his. He can be completely reasonable and acceptable and tolerant and understanding until the exact moment at which his brother enters the page, and then he's just like, rawr. That's even true in this game, actually. I will not spoil specifics, but Legion is all I'm going to say about that. Oh my god. I can also relate. Every time I see Uthor, I just want to kill him. I just want to kill him. I need to kill him. Oh, sorry. Hey, what's going on? Does he have the opposite problem with Tyrande? No, I'd say his brain gets turned off around Tyrande as well. Illidan is not a real-life narcissist, but he is a fiction narcissist, yes, absolutely. He definitely has a hero complex. The Archdruid approached the dragons for their blessings, as the dragons had placed on Teldrassil in ancient times. But Nosdormu, Lord of Time, refused to give his blessing, chiding the druid for his arrogance. In agreement, Alexstrasza also refused Staghelm, and without her blessing, Teldrassil's growth has been flawed and unpredictable. Staghelm retreated to his enclave in Darnassus, ever seeking a new direction by which to bless Teldrassil and restore the immortality of our people. I know what you meant, the people at the table. So, as much as it makes absolutely no goddamn sense, the humans are definitely one of the biggest players on the board. You know, real talk, not counting some other factions, like in terms of races, in terms of species, the humans might be the biggest players on the board. I'm not sure anyone else is playing at their level. Oh, you mean individuals? Sorry, that's different. Okay. That is interesting to think about, though. The Horde as a whole is a big player, but there's no dominant race. And, well, you know, Pandaria. Thank the forest spirits are here. I knew Athrodis would sense trouble and send help. The Alpine tribe's corruption has returned. They ambushed me as I left for the Banathil Barrow-Den and proceeded to pillage the village. Something in the forest has corrupted Ursal the Mauler, their chieftain. He's using his evil powers of Felmoss to drive them mad. I am too wounded to return to bring grave news. This task is left to you. We can only hope that the deranged Gnarlpines have not yet made it to Banathil. Narrator. They have made it to Banathil. Why what, prisoners? Yeah, before Pandaria, the orcs were a lot more of a dominant species. They aren't anymore. I'm really going to stop talking about future stuff. I really need to stop doing that. If I'm being honest, there probably should be no species, like in a rewrite, there would be no species that's actually dominant at this point in history. Every single race has, to some extent or another, had the teeth kicked out of them. They've survived, of course. In some cases, they've even thrived, but there's no one who's actually on top anymore, you know? Why humans specifically? Bad writing. I am dead serious. Sure, Elizar. So, I don't know how to explain this, obviously. Illidan wouldn't have sent a message about what he was doing because, first of all, why bother? Second of all, no one's going to listen. And third of all, he knows what he's doing. Just shut up and let me fix the problem is very much Illidan's mentality. And the moment they showed up to interfere, his first thought was, ugh, keep them off me. No, I absolutely think it's bad, Uthor. I'm sorry. I have already given these negatives. This is a past tense thing at this point. The fact that the humans are so massively dominant makes no sense and only exists because humans versus orcs. Now, we've been rolling with that ever since. This is a vanilla problem. This problem existed back in vanilla. I gave the negatives for WoW as a whole, and we've moved on. Yeah, Illidan's like, I got this! I got this! Narrator. Illidan did not got this. Anyways.
I am honored.
Hello, Zadrid. Have you completed your task?
May the
It
stars
is only natural our race, once immortal and revered, would struggle with regarding ourselves in the humbled manner that we likely should. We must remember to embrace our connection with nature and with Elune and push aside our mortal shortcomings.
Teldrassil.
I don't think I'd call Illidan hot. I admit I like him a lot as a character, though. So, you want to see something? You want to hear something really, really, really stupid? Once upon a time, I came here and I saw this. You see that? It was such a little stupid thing. But the screen shaking on their footsteps was just like, oh my god. In fact, the first time I saw it, I thought something was wrong with my game. But then I was like, wait, it's the Ancient. Oh my god, it's the end. Oh, that's so cool. Ahem. Ancients are such a cool idea in WoW. And they looked cool back in Warcraft 3 too, so I'll let that go there. Ooh, Oh yeah, I like that feature too, Lord Hermit. That's the thing they did after they implemented the foam sword. What do you have for me, Zadrid? A lovely snack, I presume?
Touch me.
Ah, what a sweet night off. I knew you'd come in handy. Ah, no! You've duped me with your foul trickery, rabbit. Ah! Yes, Lord of the Rings has ints. Which are very different things. Although the ancients are almost assuredly inspired by ants. Oh my god, Evo. Anyways,
Peace be with you.
please move swiftly. I can only hope my dream catcher has been unharmed. Did you recover it yet?
Good luck.
It's of great importance to me. It's a gift given only to a few. Thank you for returning it.
Farewell.
Yep. The emerald. It's missing. My dream catcher's been damaged. There's a band of Gnarlpine mystics located to the north of Starbreeze. I've heard reports that their leader, Ferocitus the Dream Eater, has been wearing a necklace that grows green in the night. Now seeing my dream catcher, I'm sure he's stolen my emerald. He would never realize its power is useless to him. Find the jewel, and while you're there, clear out some of the corrupted mystics.
Go in peace. Teldrassil.
I must warn you, this matter must stay between us. The Satyr are enough of an embarrassment to us already, and this one is much too close to home. He's called Lord Melanos. He resides in the nearby cave of Fell Rock to the north, where he gathered a large group of Grell warriors. His heart is black as night, and he plots something most foul. None speak of the traitorous tales of Melanos, but his presence leaves a bitter embarrassment reminder that trust must be earned, not given freely.
May the stars guide you.
Greetings.
I'm glad you are willing to atone for your mistake. It speaks a great deal about your character. I have another task for you. I've gathered ironroot seeds, but they're somewhat like felcones, but quite more potent. Nature often responds very negatively to demons. Gee! These ironroot seeds prompt a very concentrated form of that reprisal. To our north, Fell Rock, there are Grellkin far beyond redemption. Use the ironroot to rout them before they become a more serious threat.
Elune light your path.
Good morning, Bragwin.
Ishno del Diab.
By the stars, this is quite disturbing indeed. We've had troubles in the past with such corruption of Purbolgs, but such troubles should have been long past the cleansing of Teldrassil. I fear for all our people if the blessings of the aspects themselves cannot redeem our great tree. Ask or be destroyed, Evo. And yes, I know you asked a question last night, and I know I didn't answer it. Gnarlpine invaders have been seen ravaging the Bannerful Barrow Dead, tucked in the hill to the west. The slumbering druids will be trapped in the dream for eternity, unaware of their fate unless we help. The delicate hibernation ritual cannot be broken without the relics of awakening.
Farewell.
The Gnarlpine aggression is limiting our options. None of our kind are eager to bring blade and arrow against creatures that were once our friends. But I grow fearful that they're going to set their sights on Dalinar soon. The biggest concern to me are the Furbog and Bannerful Hollow and Bannerful Barrow. I need you to travel west. Make your way in there and kill as many of them as you can. You probably won't have many more chances to limit their strength, so be swift.
Be careful.
Some of our huntresses already made their way inside the barrow den. They will talk to you when you go inside. Speak to Sitara to secure a ride there. Wait, what? I can just secure a ride there? That's a thing I can do?
Farewell.
Huh. Neat. I mean, I doubt she would. Elisar. Then again, maybe she would. I don't know. Who knows? Anduin is, on paper, the High King, but Terrellian's the one running the Alliance right now. So you're probably wondering, why are we attacking furbogs? So, furbogs are fascinating and horrible creatures. Because, yeah, they are so in tune with how nature works that they are a pipeline of corruption. Or I guess I should say for corruption, excuse me. In other words, no resistance, right? If anything starts messing with the nearby area, whether it's Fel or Void or Undeath, it immediately flows right through the Furbog, and they get twisted immediately. We've actually already seen this, if you've been paying attention, with the Draenei Starting Zone in Azuremist. The Furbog, they are extraordinarily vulnerable to any kind of corruption. And yeah, we will see this again in the future. It really sucks for them, honestly. It's one of the reasons they tend to be punching bags. Yeah, unfortunately or not, furbogs tend to be a bit of a canary. And that's just how it is. Did I not buff myself? Try writing a book, making a game, turning a statement. So, okay. If anybody, so this is speaking in Reality Land. There's this thing. I don't know what to call it, but it's this thing. Oh, hi. Thank you for helping me with this quest, I suppose. Oh my god, she gives you directions?
Del Nadris.
Oh my god, she gives you directions. I don't blame. So the barrow dens have a specific layout. It's actually a static layout. All the barrow dens use the same model or mesh or skeleton or what the hell you want to call it. So I've got this place memorized because I've done this a billion times. But let me tell you, getting lost in a barrow dens was a very, very normal thing to have happen. No judgment on that. That's actually really cool. In fact, hang on. Show me where this rune is, please.
Over you.
Interesting. That's cool. Quality of life features, am I right? Removal of negatives. So there's this thing. It's where someone, I don't have an example off the top of my head. It's where someone uses a valid argument to push an invalid argument. If that makes any kind of sense. In other words, like, I don't know. I can't think of an example of this off the top of my head, and I feel very stupid for that. But so I suppose I'll just use the exact example you just gave. You know, you have no right to criticize X, Y, or Z because you've never made X, Y, or Z, therefore your opinion is invalid. The valid argument there is you've never made a game or a book or a movie or a show, therefore your opinion is invalid. The invalid, or sorry, I'm saying that wrong. The valid argument is that you've never done that, so you actually don't know what that experience is like. The invalidity there is that automatically presumes that your argument is invalid. It automatically states, without any further thought or reasoning, well, hang on a second. Hang on. You've never cooked food before. Therefore, you have absolutely no right to say if this food tastes bad or not. Because you've never been in the kitchen. You know what it's like trying to slave over a stove for hours on end. Yeah, exactly, Takoida. Like, that's what I mean. It is a tactic. It is a tactic people employ to try and diminish the invalidity of their argument by stating that your argument is invalid. And they are, of course, wrong. That's how that works. So that's my thoughts on that, Evo. Screw them. Any questions? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, the reason we, both Takoida and I, immediately defaulted to food, I shouldn't presume for Takoida's sake, but the reason I defaulted to food immediately was because that is a common usage as a method to attack food critics. Very, very common. That goes back decades that I'm aware of, probably longer. Like, oh, you're not a chef. And yet food critics have been around for a very long time. There's a whole profession. There's a whole infrastructure and politics around food critics. But no. You've never been a chef. You don't have the right to criticize my food. Give me a break. The Gnarlpine shaman that inhabit this place have discovered a way of separating a sleeping druid's spirit from their physical body. The Furbolg have animated my physical form and are using it to attack anyone who attempts to explore the den. I'm now trapped in the Emerald Dream, powerless to stop this. You must help me. The shaman carrying a strange charm is the one used to perform this ritual. I'd like to examine it. Please bring one to me. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you've never played sports before. How can you give commentary on it? That's ridiculous. I've never made a game before. And that's true. I have worked on games before, but I have never actually made a game of my own thing. Evo, quite literally, has made more games than I have. Still proud of her for that. Still jazzed about that. Look forward to playing it someday. The point is, I cannot in any reasonability presume that I suddenly have the invalidity of being a game reviewer simply by virtue of the fact that I've never made a game. I'm going to do it for free. Savacom. Hey, Ross. Like, you could argue that there's some validity in the idea of... That's true, Thor. I'm reviewing the result, not the process. I do admittedly tend to try and be tolerant and understanding of the people making that process because despite not having ever made a game, I understand that game development sucks. There's a lot of things that a lot of people go through, and that sucks. I try very hard not to push, to punch down on anybody making a game, unless they're Bethesda. But, it really does, it is the kind of thing I try to keep in mind, even though that doesn't really change the review, because I'm not reviewing the process, I'm reviewing the results. Oh yeah, art critics. It's another good example. If I examine the charm, I may be able to figure out how to break the enchantment. Have you found one? Ah, thank you. What an odd trinket this is. I can sense a vile aura emanating from it. This is a very powerful enchantment. After examining this, I see now what must be done. Take it and do as I ask. You are to approach the door to my nearby chamber. Inside you will find my soulless body. Although I regret what I'm about to tell you, I see no other way to free myself from the control of the Gnarlpine. In order for me to escape, you must kill my physical form. Once that's done, use the voodoo charm on my fallen body. Okay. Are you sure you want me to kill your body? Yes, actually, Ross. That would have been head-on. I had the great fortune of having the head-on dev present for that. Also true, Crazy Norse. Although, I will also say, in the interest of honesty and understanding, that sometimes working on a 200-man team is actually worse than working with, like, 2 or 3 people. Hello, Act. Okay. Not sure what that did, but I guess we'll go talk to him. Also, I'm glad there's music playing in the Barrow Dens, because there didn't used to be. I'm finally free of their control. Thank you. My spirit may now rest peacefully forever in the Emerald Dream. Perhaps one day we'll meet again, but for now, please accept this reward as a sign of my gratitude. These 2 transmog appearances that I apparently didn't have unlocked. Ah! That's the second time I've made that exact same fall. Don't worry, Evo. I will give you all the negatives just to make up for it. For example, if I hit escape multiple times, it doesn't leave the menus. Negative to gameplay. I admit I fall into the same mentality, for what it's worth. At least part of that's because it's frustrating how many people will do... But let me put it to you this way. Something you may or may not have seen me do, because I do it constantly, is I talk about what's possible to fix in a game, as opposed to what's impossible to fix in a game, right? Like, it would be great if FF14 implemented dragon flying. It's never happening. That is completely off the table. There's no way, right? There's no way. So instead, when I criticize FF14, I usually try to think in lines of what's actually possible to do. The reason for that is one of the types of feedback that irritates me the most is when people give what I'm going to refer to kindly as ignorant feedback. I don't mean stupid. A lot of people use ignorant when they mean stupid. I mean lack of information feedback. When people give feedback on something they literally do not understand, and that feedback is thus very invalid. Exactly, Blade Taval. Because I understand what a problem spaghetti can be. Like, anybody who's ever delved into any kind of programming knows what spaghetti can be. It's why when we talk about things like how to make New Game Plus work, or how to make, how to fix time walking in this very game, I keep pointing to things that the game has already solved, and, code that already exists in the game as a metric by which to gauge how possible it is to do, right? And if you don't understand what I mean by, like, the lack of understanding feedback, the simplest and easiest example of that is, why are you so hungry? Why don't you just go out and buy food? Just make more money. It'll be fine. Now, that's a bit of an exaggerative, but that's the type of advice that tends to be. Why don't you just go do this thing that will not solve the issue and is functionally impossible to do? So I try to hold myself back on that kind of thing. Like, holy crap. I could just... Yeah, just pick yourself up by your own bootstraps. God! Why don't you fix your own ADHD? Get out of here. Get out of here. Just do better. Yeah, why don't you just get a better job? Jesus. You get it. So I tend to try to shy away from that kind of feedback, because let's be honest, it's not. And it is ultimately the biggest reason why I tend to be irritated by the phrase get good. It took me years to understand that there was an actual legitimate mentality behind get good other than elitist dickheads. Is because so many people would say that with the mentality of, get good. As in, lack of feedback. So, the actual mentality, since I apparently have to talk about this now, the genuine mentality behind get good is take a moment, look at the boss, look at their movements, look at their animations, figure out what they're doing, figure out their timings, and try to learn the fight. Now, duh, I suppose. But you can see how some people shortened that to get good, and then you can see how elitist dickheads co-opted that. Yeah, exactly, Magister. How many of you were totally lost as I was going through there, by the way? I'm just curious. Like I said, I have the Barrow Dens memorized, but this frickin' place. Wait, so you're saying I'm a reviewer like that, Evo? I always do. Oh, I already did it. God dang it. That's a good point. I should have been even more negative. I was actually accused of being too negative towards Starfield recently, and that actually amused me. Because if anything, and I'm going to be really, really blunt about this, I think I was too lenient with Starfield. Like, I was trying very hard to be measured with Starfield. But no, sure. I don't believe you, Act. It doesn't exist. Eh. Well, I mean, Blade Taval hit the nail on the head there. The thing I have been trying to do so much for pretty much my entire review career is to be as fair as possible. Alright, I do this. Whoops. I should probably actually hit the enemy with it, huh? There we go. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's terrifying! Anyways. We're just gonna not think too much about what we're doing to these things. No sodium starfield. Wow. But yeah, fairness is something that I try to do a lot, and have always tried to do. I have probably never succeeded at it, but I do try constantly. It does amuse me how often I am accused of being completely unfair in my reviews, though, considering it's one of the primary goals of the review series. That's true. I do remember that, Ross. By contrast, there are a lot of other points that I didn't remember that were even worse than I remembered. I guess worse because I didn't... You know what I mean. Hell, you remember that one awesome boss fight that I gave a negative to? I also gave him positives, but you know. Oh, dude, the Haunted Mansion was so much worse than I remembered. And that's saying something, because I literally quit the game over that. No. Breath of Fire 3. Prisoner. Sorry, we shifted games a little bit. I always just rip people's heads off. It's just... You ever think about what that really involves? You ever rip something's head off? Not that I have. Like, there's a whole process there, you know? Wow, Lord Aramon. Whoop. Pay attention, Lord. Yeah, no, that's a pretty rhetorical question, Evo. No offense. Like, you probably weren't listening, of course. I don't blame you. I wouldn't listen to me either. But one of the things I just mentioned was how often I tend to look at exactly that kind of lack of feedback and respond in exactly that same kind of way. You know, I made the mistake once, never again, of mentioning my financial woes to one of my biological relatives. And I don't do that anymore. Because the response was, why don't you just get a better job?
Ishnuala, farewell.
Did you kill Lord Melanos? It's vital he be taken care of quickly and quietly. His continued existence is an embarrassment to us all.
Go in peace.
With Lord Melanos laid to rest, I can finally move on to other matters. Thank you.
Good luck, friend.
The Dragon Isles! Yeah! Is it, no? Nothing? Okay.
Peace be with you.
Good. I know this wasn't very pleasant work, but we greatly appreciate it. I fear for our dear Teldrassil. It seems it's becoming more corrupt by the day, and our ignorance is to the cause is plaguing me greatly.
Goddess watch over you.
I mean, Pico sucks so much. Then I did my research. Oh, yeah. No, I've heard that one, Uthor. I've heard that one. Look, human beings in general like to be busy. Like, we like to do things, right? That's human psychology. It's one of the reasons why so many older people pick up a hobby and really dive into it once they retire, right? You know, you've heard the joke, the meme of the old man playing with his trains, but it's because he needs something to occupy himself, right? you'll be happier by just getting a job is the toxic misuse, abuse of that mentality. It is something that's there to take advantage of that and be like, listen. Maybe.
I am listening.
The kidnapped druids of the Talon will be forever trapped if we do not get the relics. Hey, here's the relics.
Goodbye.
Yeah, exactly, Ross. That is a great comparison. We like to level, not grind. You've succeeded, and well done. Just in time, I might add. We now have to save the druids of the Talon. If we fail now, they'll be lost forever to sleep. I have prepared the relics of awakening to perform the ritual. For my work to take effect, the cursed beast must be responsible for this horrible situation must be slain. It was Ursal the Mauler who meddled with our brethren's calling, and now it is Ursal the Mauler who must pay, so they must be freed. He is the dreaded leader of the Gnarlpine Furbog. He seems to defy death itself in pursuit of further corruption of Teldrassil. If the wilds are to heal, he must die.
Asha Fela.
Oh, absolutely. People need brain activity. Like, we need brain activity as kids, never mind as adults, you know? Ugh. Or I guess elderly. One of the reasons I have been pushing so hard for the idea, amongst my own actual biological relatives, that they get into video games as they get older, is to keep their brains going. Is to give them something to do, to concentrate on, to process. Right? And I stand by that. I have only become more convinced of its use and its validity as a mental maintenance the older I get. Yeah, exactly. If you don't exercise something, it atrophies. Gada, right? I mean, I'm sure at least every single person in chat right now knows at least one person who, when they got older, they just kind of slowly vegetated in front of a television. Right? I hope my so impressive. I hope my huntress carried her weight. Yes, she did. Thank you. If we continue this fervor, we may yet still free Teldrassil from the corruption that Alexstrasza herself could not burn out.
Good luck, friend.
Some of her huntresses made it back. They what? Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. She wasn't saying that to me. So we're going to go balance for now, because I really liked balance. And it's really good for soloing. Damn it, I knew it, Savacom! It was always a trap. No. Alright. So it was this, I want to say. And then this, and then this. And the no! The trap! The trap! There was no escaping it. For the love of God, stop donating unless you can afford it. Which I suppose is kind of the... Look, I gotta kind of trust you on this one. Last little thing we have to do every time we get level 10. Wait, what act? Oh yeah, by the way, Starfield is vetoed for the future. I'd love to keep punching down on that terrible garbage game. But the harsh reality is that I am no longer risking my computer over that. Sorry. Here. Skin of Evil. That's a fun one. Put this here, put this here. Okay. Oh, sorry. I mean, you heard the sound, Savagum, or maybe you didn't? Okay, let me land. So that was going towards 4 Heroes of Light, Planescape Torment. Oop, I don't have that thing up. And JRPGs in general. That is the mount for doing... I think it's all the achievement mount? Hang on. That doesn't say. Hang on. Legacy, maybe? Ender Remix. So it was Veil of Eternal Blossoms, Golden Lotus, August Celestials, and this one. So it was actually pretty easy to get. It wasn't the hard one. Sorry, it was this one. I did everything. Like, I did everything in Pandaria Remix. I loved Pandaria Remix. Holy crap, that was such a breath of fresh air. Sorry to gush. I'll write these down really quick. So that was... Alright, Evo says, Dear Lore, I hate you. Sincerely, the entire world. Orders of Light, Flamescape, Torment, and... Okay. Push this here. Push this here. Oh, I'm sorry, Five. That sucks. Oh god, I leveled a warrior, a paladin, a rogue, and a mage through the remix. None of whom I plan to use long term. Because I was always planning to, you know, do all that stuff during this run. During the review series. So, all those characters are temporary characters who have all basically been abandoned. But still, that was a lot of fun. And let me tell you, Zandalari is another very cool race in terms of animations. Zandalari male, specifically. The moment we hit 10, everything just speeds up immediately. As it should be. There should be no delays, no journeys, only the progress of endless guidance and moving forward. And I don't know, I'm trying to make fun of Uthor here. Bear with me. There shall be no enjoyment of this game, only the endless processing. Grind through the gears of... where is this guy? It's probably not up, because we're probably not supposed to have flying at this point. Oh, he is in fact up. What do you know? Actually, I did hear about that, and I hope he succeeds. However, if you paid attention to his suit, you'll notice that the entire reason he's suing is because his initial motion was declined. It's entirely possible the FBI and the DOJ will just go ahead and acquiesce and be like, yeah, okay, fine. Be free, Druids of the Talon. Whee. Any chance he falls out a window? The fact that it's not a 0% chance is scary, I'm not going to lie. But I wouldn't bet on it. Do I not have flight yet? How do I get flight form? Oh, 20. Whatever. I did love the FBI's assertion that a YouTube channel, especially one with as many subscribers as him, does not count as a press. Does not count as I can't remember what it's called. Press. The press. And yeah, what he's asking for is actually extraordinarily precedented. In fact, it's commonplace.
What brings you here?
Ferocitus and the Gnarlpine Mystics must return with mine. Please retrieve the Dreamcatcher. Emeralds I could repair the Dreamcatcher.
Teldrassil.
You're welcome. No, Act. I don't know what you're talking about.
Can I assist you?
Have you proven yourself a worthy... You have proven yourself a worthy and able druid. A night elf who follows the path of honor, as sure as you, is sure to find great glory in this world. Ursol's death brings safety once more to our slumbering druids, but the source of this corruption yet remains. With time, I trust you'll find this evil and cleanse it for the sake of all our people. You're destined for great things.
Farewell.
Well, I am the dragon. Nope, don't do it. Nope, Raytheon. No. Okay, good. He didn't talk. Whew, thank goodness.
Greetings.
Oh, I have no idea, Act. For real, I have no idea. I haven't even been able to narrow down exactly how they caught him. I've heard so many conflicting reports about the nature of the whistleblowing. Are you heading south to Lake Alameth? If you are, I have a task of you. My colleague Denelin has a camp along the eastern end of the lake where he's studying and experimenting on the plant life. He requested a package of rare earth from Darnassus. It was late, only recently arriving. Could you take this package to him?
Asha Fela.
Sure. Oh my god, that person's using Zygor. Don't use Zygor, it's not worth the money. Don't pay money for a leveling guide. This is modern WoW, you don't need a leveling guide. Maybe in Classic.
How may I help?
You have something for me.
May the stars guide you.
Here. I've waited for this rare earth for quite some time. I hope it's still fresh. Thank you for bringing it to me. You're a night elf who was generous with her time.
Goddess, watch over you.
Let's place this rare earth in my planter here. It's still a subscription fee, too, Esmeristar. That's the funny part. No, it doesn't, Crazy Norse. The fact that we've been chatting about whatever is kind of indicative of the Night Elf Starter Zone. It's inoffensive, and they've done a lot of things to smooth it over. But... well, because I'm not reviewing Cataclysm, Buckfuggler. I'm reviewing WoW, the current modern retail version of WoW. If I was to review Cataclysm, then I would review Cataclysm over on the Cataclysm servers. Make sense?
What brings you here? Good luck.
The Timberlings of Teldrassil are elementals of nature. In some ways, they reflect the natural order of plants and animals in our great tree. So it's disturbing to see how angry the Timberlings are, especially considering that they should be healing. I want to help hunt down the source. I've been working on different methods of nurturing plants and I try to use them on the seeds. Can you gather some seeds for me?
Goddess, watch over you. May the stars guide you.
Small Timberlings are sprouting around the waters of Lake Alameth. I'm afraid these sprouts are beyond help. Would you try to clear them from the land before they grow large enough to cause trouble? Yeah, sure.
Be careful.
Well, we've already done it, Crazy Horse, if that makes you feel any better. We did it immediately after the Goblin starting zone. Evo, I swear to God. It was pretty good, though. Probably one of the better revamps. The only thing it has going against it is it's actually just the tutorial zone. It's not actually a full starter zone. So, there's not a lot of meat on its bones. But what meat was there was good. Thank you, Evo, very, very much.
Can't move. Bowing too deeply. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Evo. Listen, you got two options. I can bow or I can super bow. What the hell is that? Hanging from beneath the fronds of this glowing plant is a large round fruit. Okay. Well, I mean, obviously Jedi Fallen Order is actually my favorite act, but I think it's because Sekiro... oh, wow, Takoida, that's interesting. The reason I like Sekiro so much is because Sekiro is a good game. It feels... how do I explain this? Most Dark Souls games are designed around builds, which makes sense. Because so much of the gameplay of a Dark Souls game is setting up your build, your concept, your gear, and your equipment and your accessories and all that fun stuff. And that's cool and that's fine and that's cool. Sekiro is you have very, very limited options, which means the developers could design very carefully around what you have. It also proves they can actually do storytelling. Holy crap. Like, I can actually follow the story of Sekiro, despite the fact that I was playing it and not watching a video on YouTube. Yeah, no, Castlevania is actually a good comparison. It's a Castlevania game, as opposed to a Soden kind of a thing. Now, I also think that they managed several things very, very well in Sekiro. I also think that they screwed up on several things, because of course they did. I don't want to overpraise. But Sekiro was a good time. Even right now, I can tell you how to navigate from, like, the starter area down the cliffs, and then down that area. Where, if you go down, you'll find the snakes. If you go further down, you'll find the monkeys with guns. And then if you go up, you'll find the monastery area, which leads to the cliff edge, where you fight the big guy who's a meme. If you go up around there, that'll lead up into the castle area, which you can also use as a way to get back over to the place where you died originally, and in order to go down to the mists. And I can just do that, right? I can just talk about all that right off the top of my head, because I remember the layout of the levels so well, because there was a lot of good level design in Sekiro. Frankly, better than most Souls-likes manage. It's true, though. That's exactly what happened. There's snakes, and there's monkeys with guns. And God, those monkeys suck. Alright, one moment, please. I got a donation from someone who had no business giving me money. I'll have to hire her later. So, little kitty, big city. Pathfinder, raw, lovely, righteous. Dragon 4. And another bow! Thank you, Evo, very, very much. Yeah. Do you have any advice on how to internalize every single bit of criticism directed at everything ever as if it directed me and what I make? Hang on. Could you clarify?
I am honored.
I'm trying to figure out why you're internalizing things. Must internalize. Okay, we're good. You have the seeds.
Till next we meet.
You got them. This is good. I'm hoping that careful study might lead me to understand where the Timberling corruption stems from. I'll plant these seeds in special soil I've prepared. I believe they'll sprout into Timberlings who are much more docile.
Friend.
Oh, can you take one of the...
Be
hang
careful.
on.
Greetings.
The other ones first.
Till next we
Have
meet.
you found the sprouts?
Good luck, friend.
That's a lot. I'm afraid they're spreading at a dangerous rate. Hope I can solve the riddle of what's tainting them. Thank you for your help.
Goddess, watch over you.
You look like you have something to tell me. Do you have news concerning the Timberlings?
May the stars
You
guide.
found this on Teldrassil. Interesting. This fruit is exotic. Perhaps its seeds were brought here from far off. Perhaps as far off as Azeroth. Do you want to tell him, or should I? Okay, so I can actually explain that. So once upon a time, Azeroth was the name of the human kingdom from Warcraft 1. You'll actually notice this a lot in Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2. They refer to Stormwind as Azeroth, the nation of Azeroth. It wasn't until, I think, Warcraft 3 where they actually changed it to Azeroth, meaning the planet.
Elune, light your path.
Please shut up. Thank you.
Can I assist you?
Let's see how these seeds grow. Kill! Oh god, oh god, oh god. This is what happens when you internalize criticisms, Evo. This is the result. Don't be like me. Learn from my mistakes. Okay.
Elune be with you.
Can you take one of the seeds you brought me to my friend? He's a druid that resides at the Wellspring Hovel. When last we spoke, he revealed his interest in my work with the Timberlings. He has some ideas himself, and I'll appreciate a specimen. By the way, the quest chain we just did usually took like an hour back in vanilla. When we just ran through. I like how you apologized twice there. In a row, even. So, okay. What you probably need, Evo, is to fix a couple of things up here. No offense. Okay, we all need that. Really. But what you need to do is you need to look at all of those people who are criticizing. Here, I'll use an example, okay? So let's say I'm criticizing a game and I'm like, ugh! God, this puzzle is so obtuse! Why would anyone think that this puzzle is actually worth a damn? Ugh! Whoever made this is literally Hitler. Okay, now, pause. And that's my advice right there. I'm not actually joking. The mental pause is one of the most important tools in the kit of every human being on this planet. Being able to pause and distance yourself from that automatic and immediate emotional reaction to something is tremendously valuable. Whether it's something that upsets you, or something that hurts you, or something that makes you angry, or whatever. Pause. And then, yeah, you'll notice that Maverick actually caught it because I did this on purpose. You notice I gave no actual input. I didn't say anything wrong with it. I just said that it sucks. No input given, no comment made. All it was just, and that's all it was saying. But initially, immediately, you're like, oh, God, it's true. I'm so terrible. I suck so badly. But hang on, pause. And once you have that moment to allow your brain to properly kick in, you can say, well, hang on, that was a dumb comment anyways. You'll notice you're still internalizing it. You're still focusing on yourself, but you start to process how inaccurate and worthless that review comment was. And it was like, well, hang on. That doesn't actually mean anything. That doesn't actually do anything. Then, once your brain has fully engaged, you could say, wait, of course they're not talking about me. Why would they be? And then you push it away. Push it away from yourself. I don't know why I was doing this with my pinky. That's just weird. Push it away from yourself. Like this. Just, yep. There we go. Now, you're probably thinking, well, hang on. It's just an undead dragon? Excuse me, sir. Sir. Are you worried about my dragon? Here, she wants to say hello. Hello. Yeah, in my example, it doesn't apply to anyone because I specifically gave a bad comment. But let's say I give some valid feedback. Let's say I look at this game and I say, our cutscene's too skippable in this game. If I happen to be looking the wrong way for 5 seconds, I just missed a cutscene. And that sucks. Negative to gameplay. And then you're like, oh my God, I did the same thing in my game. I'm so worthless. What you're actually doing is you are using these comments as a way to magnify your own voice and your own insecurities about your own work. Now, I know you know that, but if there's one thing that I feel really helps us to understand ourselves and to take control of our own minds, it is to acknowledge and process the things our minds are doing to us. When you say it out loud, when you pull it out of yourself and think about it from an external perspective, it becomes a lot easier to understand, a lot easier to process, and a lot easier to work around, right? For example, I could look, I could, what's a good example? I don't have a good example. I'm sorry. I don't actually have a good example off the top of my head. Sorry. No analogies. I know you love analogies, Evo. I apologize. The Ancient agrees with me, by the way. You heard him. He agrees completely. Being able to pause is very important because we need our brains to engage. We need our thoughts, our processes, our ability to think to actually engage. We are very instinctual as a species, and a lot of what we do is very immediate. And a lot of that's because of survival. Because for a chunk of our history, we needed to be able to react to something rather than act towards something, right? We're past that. And learning how to manage that and take control of that is part of what being an adult actually means. We need to be able to look at something and process, take in that immediate emotional reaction, and then let it dissipate, let it smooth out, and then re-engage our proper mental faculties. I agree with that, Blade Duval, ironically.
I am honored.
You must now visit the moonwell that rests under the boughs of the Oracle Tree far to the northwest. The first and most powerful of our wells, its waters are said to possess the very essence of Elun's powers. Retrieve a vial of its water and return to me. I'll meet you at the crossroads.
May the stars guide you.
Yep, yep. Hello.
What brings you here?
The road to Darnassus must be kept safe. Corrupted furbogs from the Gnarlpine have been attacking travelers relentlessly. Important news and commerce travels to and from Darnassus by way of this road daily. We cannot afford to have a rogue band of heathens terrorizing people. Lady, those people are corrupted. They need help. So I'm going to go help them by murdering them horribly. Excuse me. Sometimes you need more than a few seconds, too. I know someone personally that needs to physically remove themselves from a situation in order to, like as in walk away and take like several minutes to allow their brain to re-engage. And they do it. They just go... Once they do, their brain re-engages and they're fine. But, you know, you do you. So in this exact case, we're not sure what's going on, Savicom. Like, it's weird that all these Furbog are corrupted. So, okay, I was going to talk about this, and then somebody decided to be like, I'm going to ask an amazing and important question that applies to everyday life that is totally worth talking about. God. Okay, I hope that was enough sarcasm in my voice to get it across. But hang on. I'm going to try to put just a little bit more sarcasm. Just a tiny bit. Hang on. Okay. Jeez, Evo. Okay, I've hit the limit. I've hit the cap. Sorry. I actually like the animations too. They're based off of the Ogre skeleton Nash model framework. Whatever. So a lot of these quests are specifically referencing vanilla stuff, and the reason why is because all these quests are kind of the same thing that they were in vanilla. Like, obviously they're polished. This is what we call a remaster, right? In terms of quest design. Because all of this is the same quests remastered to remove a lot of the irritation and frustration and grind, right? Items drop more commonly. There's like a night elf night saber that'll take you to the destination so you don't have to walk there very slowly. There's the thing to enable you to figure out where the hell you're going inside the barrow den so you're not lost. There's a better flow in terms of which quests unlock when, etc., etc., etc. So this has definitely received a polishing best, but it is functionally the same quests. So that's why each quest has keep using words like again or once more or something like that, because all this stuff technically happened the last time. Back in vanilla, what was happening was Teldrassil was corrupted, and they weren't sure why. I'm going to put that out there. They weren't sure what was going on. They were just, it wasn't growing correctly, and they weren't sure 100% what was going on. The presumption was that it was the absence of the blessings from the aspects. Now, this new Teldrassil has had all its corruption removed and has had blessing of the aspects. So why is it still corrupted? Now, I actually think this is kind of clever in its own right. I still would have rather they did a new story here, but they're using... Here, Diva, get some good foods. Get a Gouda. I appreciate what they're doing here because they've used the bones of the original quests to tell a new story. Because now it's all about, hang on, we fixed all these problems. Why is this stuff still happening? Now we're going to fly into the tree. Through the tree?
How may I help?
I was dispatched with a small group of sentinels to protect the oracle tree from the harpies that have made nests all around the glade. Little by little, we were trying to push them back. When the oracle tree attempted to send a runner to Darnassus with a report, the messenger was attacked and killed by harpies. If you feel up to the task, go to the nests and slay them.
Farewell.
Also, I actually know people back there who didn't realize that this was like a bear with a bird coming out of it. I blame vanilla, because most of us had much worse graphics and we were zoomed in like this.
Goddess, bless you.
Lady Sathra was once beloved of Elune, graceful and pure. The spider spun her silver threads through the moonlight. Aw, she's so beautiful and wonderful. I'm gonna go kill her face off because she's a spider. But why? Because she's a spider. No further information required. So Lord Harriman asks, which starter zone so far is the most classic-y? I'm gonna go with Azure Mist, I think. Hang on, I had to think about that for a second. Oh yeah, and some players, this is about when they realized they were on a tree. Now you notice they moved the spider. Some of you probably remember what I'm talking about, but those of you who don't, the spider used to be... Hang on, let me just kill this thing really quick. Stop living! Over here. And this is when you could be like, oh. 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 And even with the new render radius, you could still just barely see the bottom. Also, you notice some of the trunks don't actually connect to the wood correctly because nobody was ever supposed to ever see these or be around here. Yeah, by the way, just to give it away really quick, the tree actually looks pretty crappy. Because it looks like this. It's essentially a giant trunk with random branches coming out at random intervals. Like, it looks like a frickin' PS2 game. Yeah, it's a stump, exactly. Oh, and then magically, once we get to the top, it's just this flat biome. Once you get inside, it's fine, but man, that does not look good. Anyway, sorry. Ahem. Could you not daze me, please? For the record, that's not what it looks like in lore at all. We've seen pictures, and indeed, even in the game, after BFA, we see exactly what this place looks like. This is just how they made this work in 2004. Oh yeah, the tree is actually quite large in lore. I could show you what it looks like in-game, but I'd rather not. We'll get there. We'll get there. Inventory is full. Holy crap. Let's fix that really quick. It's my fault. I'm silly.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles. Like you.
Yeah, there's a portal to Northrend Dalaran on the top floor of the... wait, are you Horde or Alliance? Because that changes the portal layout. Am I into 40k? I mean, it's there. It's cool. It's not cool. It's terrible. It's awful. It's the worst thing ever. I'd rather die than acknowledge that it exists at all. But it's alright. Ironically, I started off being far more interested in 40k almost entirely because of the Olks. And because of how the Dawn of War series just kind of introduced me to them. And to it. But as time has gone on, I've become more interested in the lore of Warhammer Fantasy. And then I found out the Age of Sigmar existed. And for the record, I have no interest in the Age of Sigmar. Yeah, Dawn of War 1 Olks are amazing. No ifs, ands, or buts on that one.
I am honored.
I regret the task I have asked you to carry out, but Lady Sathra is beyond hope. It is our hope to offer the sacrifice of the Spinnerets to Elune. With this, Elune will bless Sathra so she might be reborn and be at peace.
Elune, light your path.
Oh god, Spirit Spider! Spirit Spider!
What brings you here?
Their slashing talons may pierce beaks and prove difficult, but I have faith that you will not fail in this task.
Teldrassil, be careful.
Dragon Isles away. You know, I feel like they want me to go to the Dragon Isles for some reason. I don't know, it's just a weird vibe I keep getting. What's funny is we're finally going to get to the Dragon Isles, and I'm like, okay, yep. That's a weird one. Yes, pray return to the Dragon Isles. It's, yeah. Let's go with a different build than we did last time. Just to play around with it. Over time, Staghelm only grew more disconnected from our people. Some pose that he blames us, his people, for the loss of his son, long ago during the War of the Shifting Sands. Others cite rumors of the escalating conflicts with Tyrande Whisperwind, the shining light of our people, our leader in Darnassus. But many of the druids of the Cenarian Circle stand firm that Fandral just wants what is best for all Kaldorei, and serve him unerringly towards that end. Fandral Staghelm carries the burden of our sins and our follies, and in doing so, deserves the respect of us all. Can I get an oof in chat, please?
Hello.
You have something for me?
Goddess, watch
Where did
over
you get that? I haven't seen a plant like this since a sojourner made to the Swamp of Sorrows decades ago. It's amazing a specimen made its way to Teldrassil and grown to such size. Thank you. And forgive my shortness of words, but there's a test I'd like to perform on this frond.
Till next we meet.
He is. Fandrel's such a fascinating character. He's one of our unique characters. Or, unique's the wrong word. He was invented for WoW, like Varrock was. So he is new to WoW. He was not from one of the previous games. And yet, he doesn't get as much screen time as he deserved, I think is how I want to phrase that. Like, in many ways, he is something of a main character. And he has been relevant to Vanilla and to Cata. So two full expansions of relevance there. But he just, we haven't even seen him on screen yet. And he's still been referenced several times.
Greetings.
How may I help you?
Goodbye.
Timberling seed. I wanted to try growing one of these to help Denelin with his studies, but I'm afraid I've discovered a corruption that's grown in many of the Timberlings, and seeds from such creatures carry their parents' taint. They are beyond my talent to repair.
Del Nadris.
There's a malevolence growing in the Timberlings. We're trying to find the source, but until we do, in order to keep Teldrassil safe, we must cut down the Timberlings who are beyond help.
Asha Fela.
Okay, I can do that. Yeah, no, I brought him a whole lot of soil. Like a whole lot of soil.
Peace be with you. Good luck, friend.
Along with the druids, the Oracle Tree has been carefully monitoring the growth of Teldrassil. Our observations have been disheartening, but all is not without hope. The tree is indeed recovering since its blessing that happened, after Wrath, but indeed the growth is still somewhat stunted and hindered. We suspect some portion of the corruption remains in the tree, waiting to be cleansed. We just need to find it.
Go in peace.
There's one last moonwell I would have you visit, directly south of here, on the shores of the pools of Arlathrien. Be wary that you seek out the well and keep your weapon close at hand. I sense a growing corruption. When you have the water, I want you to bring it to a familiar face you'll see at the pool. She wishes to battle at the corruption and has asked for you, personally.
May the stars guide you.
Yeah, no kidding, Maverick. And yeah, I turned in a bunch of dirt to him, too. I don't remember why. I think it was rep-related. I don't know. It's been a minute. Yes. That didn't feel good. Maybe... But I'm thinking about how I want to do my talents and my bar setup as a result. What I find funniest is that Staghelm has such relatable motives to me. And they don't really touch on that the way they need to. Like, he becomes very, very dedicated to burning the world to the ground. And we only get a hint as to why. I mean, it makes sense, Kira White Noise, Protoss, Night Elves. Yeah, Draenei is very overtly Protoss. But yeah, even Night Elf has it there. I mean, that would be twice then that Blizzard has done a better Anakin Skywalker than Anakin Skywalker. Admittedly, not a very difficult feat if we're being completely honest with ourselves. But still true. You know, I think we'll get the glyph. Remind me when we're done with Teldrassil to get the glyph. Don't want to forget. We're actually closing in on the end of it, so we're pretty close now. Do I have water form yet? Nope. Yeah, Astral Form's cool in general, but, like, come on. Night Elf animations? Duh. We've already seen plenty of Boomkin. Oh, that's right, Darnassus has an auction house. Wow, lore. Sorry, I remember back in the day when the auction houses were split up. Remember those days? So for those of you who don't, back in the day, each auction house used to be a separate auction house. Separate listings, separate inventory. What that meant, so you get the idea, and it's kind of a cool idea, but it fell apart instantly because all that meant was everybody all went to a single auction house. So on the Horde, everyone went to Orgrimmar, and on the Alliance, everyone went to Ironforge. And that was it. Nobody used anything else, unless they were transferring items. You can see why they abandoned that pretty much immediately.
Hello.
Have you been to Wellspring Lake? Have you been hunting the trees?
Farewell.
Very good. These tumors are the symptom of the Timberling's disease, and they are filled with a poison we must cleanse from our new land. I will dispose of these tumors, thank you. Sure.
Gilnadris.
Go to the Dragon Isles.
Ishnu Allah.
I figured it out. I had to rush here to find you. It's so simple, really. The corruption has spread from Timberling to Timberling, but there's one at the source. Oakenscal. He's been poisoned by the largest tumor I've ever seen. I'd call it gargantuan, even. He used to reside in a cave near the lake, but he's since found his way to the hook northeast of here. Hand, hand.
Elune light your path.
The Dragon Isles await. Bragwin mentioned this irritation earlier, and allow me to completely agree with her. I like Dragonflight. A lot. But can the guy who runs the boat shut up, please? He actually... So, Blizzard doesn't use one channel for everything, but they do have the ability to override previous dialogue, depending. So if a new clip voices in a previously existing clip, it'll override the previous clip, right? Make sense? So you could be in the middle of a cutscene, and then all of a sudden you hear, "The Dragon Isles await!" And it'll have paused, it'll have stopped playing the previous clip, so you just won't hear it. Speaking of overly skippable cutscenes.
Greetings. May the stars...
I knew you were more than capable of ridding the lake of that horrible beast. It is a distressing situation. Oakenscal was once a great leader amongst his kind, but corruption does not discriminate between lowly and noble. The size of this tumor is quite disturbing, but I must study it to learn more about the disease upsetting the Timberlings. Thank you.
Be careful.
Damn it, Savacom. Speaking of which, we're going to do another Capital City review soon. Very soon, actually. Probably in like 10 minutes or so, I'd say. But first, one last Moonwell cutscene here. In weeks past, all of those living atop Teldrassil have found their memories blurry, as if time itself seized a portion of their lives. We break from this haze to find that Fandral Staghelm and many of his closest followers have disappeared without a word. But in his place, Shandor Stormrage awoke from the dream and returned to his beloved Tyrande Whisperwind. There's also a book. We don't talk about that. And yet with his return came Alexstrasza and Ysera to at long last offer their blessings upon Teldrassil. So this is the first one that's actually post-Cata now. Though a small corruption lingers, desperately longing to be cleansed, the bowels of Teldrassil itself seem changed. Growth has begun anew. None know what to expect next, but with Malfurion and Tyrande united, a new hope dawns on the Kaldorei. Hope for lasting relief from the shadow that's been cast on our people for so long. So yes, there was actually a whole sequence of events, a whole story arc there. In extreme brevity, because a bunch happened, it turns out Fandral was actually keeping Malfurion asleep, which actually explains away a plot hole, because there was no reason for Malfurion to be asleep in Vanilla. The only reason it was because he had no presence in Vanilla, so they had to explain that away. So they closed that plot hole by saying that Fandral had been keeping Malfurion asleep the whole time, and that Maiev, that Maiev, came back from Outland and was like, I'm going to take over the Night Elves. oh, I'm defeated instantly. Okay, bye. And she left, and we won't see her again until Legion. And then, Malfurion is like, I must cleanse the horrible, stench of this corruption. It turns out it was the nightmare all along, which is void. Specifically, this answers Savakom's question finally. It was actually void energies that were corrupting the dream, and thus corrupting the tree. So that sucks. But now we have done it. We've cured them. Everything's cured forever. I actually want to express one of the funny ways. You know what? No, I'm going to hold on to that. But I'll explain how the void was able to corrupt a tree in a minute, because it's going to show up in just a few quests.
What is nature's call?
Good to see you again. I see you've succeeded in collecting the waters of the Moonwells on behalf of Korathos. Hope you've learned much along the way.
Hi.
I have spoken to him on the way here. He gifted me with the waters you've been gathering. They may prove useful sooner than we'd imagined. Strangely, the growing corruption we've felt is actually a good sign. Teldrassil has been burdened with this taint for a long time, and thanks to the blessing of the aspects, arcane power, only now is it coming to the surface in a form we might strike against.
What is nature's call?
As Teldrassil purges itself of the corruption that has perversed its growth for all these years, a malevolent growth has formed at the tree's edge, south of here. We have an opportunity to strike out and purge the source of the fell moss that has tainted the Gnarlpine, the Timberlings, and everything else. With the water you've collected and renewed strength of Teldrassil, I can grant you power for a short time. So, this little dialogue box right here underneath the boss says it. As Malfurion tore the remains of Xavius from Teldrassil, a great weight was lifted from the dying world tree. One last remnant of Xavius remains to torment the Night Elven people. So, here's what happened. Back in the day, which was a Tuesday, they decided, Malfurion decided to kill, oh god, this is a vehicle section, I actually forgot about this, decided to kill Xavius by growing a tree in him. That is exactly as unpleasant as it sounds. And so Xavius was used as fertilizer live. Just to be very, very clear about what exactly was happening there. Yeah, Xavius is actually a big name. He was the first satyr. And remember, satyrs are those night elves who have willingly or unwillingly been corrupted by fell power. So yeah, that was exactly as horrific and unpleasant as that sounds. And that's all I'm going to add to that. The catch, yeah, we'll talk about Xavius later. He will show up again. So the idea here is that he decided to go ahead and use his position as being literally a root in order to try and convince Fandral that when Fandral was crafting the roots of Teldrassil, the tree we're currently walking on, he would, I forget what it's called in forestry, when you bind two roots together to make them grow as one thing. There's a term for that. I can't think of what that's called. But anyways, he did that so that the roots of Teldrassil grew with graft. Thank you. He grafted Xavius into the roots of Teldrassil. And so the corruption that was in Teldrassil in vanilla was literally Xavius. It was void corruption seeping all the way through the entirety of the tree, top to bottom, root to branch. Now, during the events that I just mentioned, that he was ripped out and all that was done, and so the last tiny tidbit of this, all of this quest is all about getting rid of the last bit of corruption, which is that guy right there. So do this on ourselves, and then we're going to pop this button. And then they're all going to die. He's going to rock out for a minute. And down he goes. So the idea here, this is what I mentioned when I said they were clever. Because in the original story arc, it was just, you know, there was corruption throughout the whole tree. In the new story arc, there's still signs of corruption because all that corruption is coming to the surface, being excised from the tree. Make sense? And yeah, this whole quest chain wasn't in vanilla at all. Or rather, this specific quest, I should say. Because, you know, vehicles didn't exist and they didn't, you know, have the cataclysm and any of that stuff yet. And this is why I say Teldrassil is one of the least changed. Well, obviously they've done a polishing pass on a lot of these quests. There's really only 2, I would say, actually new quests, and we just did them. I do like that it directly follows through on the vanilla plot, as a lot of Cataclysm zones will do. We'll see that in Darkshore as well, consequently. So I just got dazed, and you know what that means. Sorry, guys. You know the rules. I can probably pop out of the vehicle now, actually. Oh, I can't. I literally can't. That's funny. Yep, nothing will ever happen to Teldrassil. End statement, I suppose. I didn't really end that sentence.
Is there trouble?
Elune be praised. Everything I encountered suggested the corruption to be buried deep within Teldrassil itself. I had worried we might never be able to strike at the source without killing the tree. I was grateful I was wrong. Malfurion was the start of this great turn of fortune. Perhaps I will seek him out before I depart to the wilds again. Thank you. For everything you've done today, you are sure to be a hero someday. Not today, though. Today you suck.
Ah, the great outdoors.
Our tasks are done. Here, this water proved to be of great importance, but it wasn't originally meant for me. Go ahead and bring it back to Korathos. I'm sure you'd like to deliver it to its final destination. We're going to go and pop something out here, actually. Oh, I have several bags already. Alright, hang on. Let's fix this. Let's do a very quick bit of inventory sorting.
I have many lucky doos. You like?
Let's just get rid of all this crap. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out. 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 Don't need any of that crap. I'm gonna have to do this. That's okay. I can do that. Boop. Alright, let's pull this out. Let's pull this out. Let's pull this out.
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
Let's reach into time and space. There we go. You might wonder, why would I do all this? Well, I do agree with Blade Taval, even though I massively disagree with Blade Taval. The fact is, I do like having the availability to do this and suddenly have my inventory be this. You know? Like, it's nice to just be like, you know what, I want some inventory space. Bam. And there it is. And you're probably thinking, oh my god, how expensive was that? About 1,200 gold. Which, it's worth noting, is a complete joke at this point in the game's history. If it's spawn quote in Warcraft 3? Oh, jeez, I don't know. I have to admit, one that has stuck in my head for a long time is, I live once more. But that's not actually a spawn quote, it's a respawn quote, so I don't know if that counts.
I'm listening.
Good to see you again. I sense Tyrindrala's task went smoothly with you by her side.
Denadris.
Thank you for returning so swiftly. I have but one last task for you. Shall we? Sure.
Good luck, friend. Farewell. Go in peace.
It's been an undeniable honor to have met you. You're a testament to the nobility of your race. Go and we will finish the final task. Take the waters to Tyrande Whisperwind. She's just so great. She's just the best character in this game. Like I said, I do actually agree with you, Blade Taval. I feel like we could have our cake and eat it too on this kind of a situation, you know? Get a bit of an in-betweeny thing. How many times have I said that? That I wish we could have both something from FF14 and something from WoW. So, yeah, let's get this out of the way. Tyrande has almost never been a character in WoW. And has essentially never really been... What? A good character. Oh, that's what's happening. Oh god, that disoriented me so hard. Yeah, sorry, that's a common sound that DBM uses. Usually to indicate something has just happened. So that was the source of the disorientation. I thought DBM was going off, and I was about to double check my add-ons and be like, why is DBM going off?
The goddess gives me strength.
So here's Tyrande. I like her new outfit. I'll give her that. How fare you, young one?
We will fight.
Ah, the blessed waters from our moonwells. Have you borne witness to the spirit of the Kaldori, then? In recent times I've come to find the spirit offers more questions than it does answers, but such is the continuing nature of discovery that drives us in our darkest hours. I will offer the simplest answers I can. Malfurion has returned to us, but harsh times are yet upon us. Staghelm is gone, and the world is racked with pain. Malfurion has much to mend, and he will need help. In the next zone, actually.
Elune, light your way.
So there's Malfurion and Tyrande. Yep, just thought I'd point them out. I do unironically like her outfit. I'll give her that. Although, her new outfit's kind of better in several ways, too. Hey, Bested Slot.
I am honored.
So,
Goddess
here's our vector quest to go to the next zone. But first we're going to review Darnassus while we're here. Hang on. King's Clam, Queen's Pie 3. Okay. I mean, Tyrande was always the Amazonian queen. Having her focus on that more than being a priestess always felt better for me. So this is Darnassus. It looks pretty. Once again, similar to something like, say, Thunder Bluff, I will say from a visual perspective, it's pretty solid. One of the things I do like most about it is there's a really stark contrast between the more soft colors. Like we've got the boughs of most of these buildings over here, which are directly grown from trees, like that one, or are clearly inspired by the woods around them. Like you can see that's just chunks of untreated, unpolished wood that they use as their walls. And then, of course, we have their old, high elven roots, I suppose, architectural roots, because then we have the far, far colder stone buildings. The buildings themselves are still overgrown with vines and stuff, which is going to destroy them. But yeah, we've still got this kind of much, much colder blues, whites, and purples when it comes to the actual temple. That's the actual capital right there, obviously. And it's a nice contrast, and it does work for me. And yeah, they almost universally use that for stone. The only real exception is this building in the middle. Which I only know because this is where the blacksmithing trainer was. Not much actually to add to here. Up front, we of course have the Ents, several ancient protectors and ancients of war. And for some reason, a party? I don't know what's going on with this party. It's weird. I feel like there might be something homunculi about this place. I don't know. It's weird. We'll talk about this later, though. That's actually a really good question, Best in Slot Mark, and unfortunately, I don't really have a good answer for you on that. As mentioned earlier, in game, of course, it's just sitting on the top of a stump, but in lore, this tree doesn't,
I have many,
like, it's a tree.
many wares.
Which I know sounds like a
May your
strange
feet
statement, but you know what I
find
mean.
good trails.
There's one in the Undercity, too. And there's one in Stormwind. We'll talk about her later. I'm actually going to specifically call her out when we get there. So, let's start with gameplay-wise. Gameplay-wise, Darnassus is not great. I don't even remember where the hearth is off the top of my head. I think it's over here. Like, everything is very spread out. Almost every single one of these buildings is a different thing. Like, there's the tailor trainer, there's the leatherworking trainer. Over here is nothing, apparently. This one is enchanting trainer. Yeah, the layout is pretty, but from a gameplay perspective, not great. You have to go entirely too far to get to entirely too many people. It's entirely too irritating, right? Yeah, over there's the mining, over there's cooking, and over here is like apprentice and alchemist and stuff like that. Yeah, I need to find the auction house because I'm not even sure where it is. Over here is the most important thing in the city, of course, which is where you get the lightsabers. What, you aren't a human paladin trying desperately to get a lightsaber? Just me? Okay. Also notice there's almost no party members here, by the way. No players. Unlike most of the cities, even frickin' Exodar, there's nobody wandering around here. So from a, obviously, player-wise, that sucks, but you'll notice there's hardly any roaming NPCs either. NPC set dressing is one of those really important things to make a place feel lived in, and all we really have is the roaming patrolling guards, and that's kind of it. That's a good point. We can actually talk to a guard. Where is the auction house? Oh, it's over here. I should mention that on my human mage, this was actually my main base. And the reason why was all of the reasons I just mentioned as a negative. No, I'm serious. There was nobody here. I could take my time. I enjoyed the music. I enjoyed the visuals. And I just kind of wandered away from other players. Like, it was the hideaway, right? I did that same thing back in Asheron's Call. My main home in Asheron's Call was a volcano next to a super ridiculously high-level outdoor hunting area. You might think, how the hell do you get there? Well, I had a special tie to that I never let go of. In other words, the ability to teleport there instantly. And yeah, I was a mage, exactly. In fact, if you're paying attention, I did this on the Horde too, because my Horde mage's home was Thunder Bluff, my Alliance mage's home was Darnassus. So, these were the places I used to go chill at, because there was nobody here. Alright, let's see what we've got going on for Druid. I like the idea of that, so we'll go and grab that one. Even though we don't even have that ability yet. There it is, stars. That's the one, right? Yes. No, I don't want to do that. What?
It's not dinner time? Then what are you doing here? What are you doing here?
Then I will clean you. You ready? Okay, go ahead. Okay. Yes, but be careful. Those are definitely not toys, okay? They're big and heavy. Here, I'll show you. Okay. I'll show you, okay? Here. See how heavy that is? I know. It's very heavy. This is called a skull. It's a skull. It's supposed to be decorative. Yep, stop. Not a toy. Now look out, please. I need to look back. Thank you. Now, what are you doing down here? What, to spin? I'll give you 1, the spin, okay? Hang on. Wait.
Uh-oh. What?
Alright, come here. I gave you 2. I already gave you 2. Yeah. It is apparently not dinner time. Who knew? Did I already buy the Glyph of the Stars? I did. Okay. Is that it? Yes. So anyways, I didn't actually buy it. Damnation. We'll see. Lita Fairy is the honest answer to that. I don't have enough money. I don't have enough money. That's really funny. It's okay, that is a fix. No. Out of the way, you stupid brontosaur. I'd like to withdraw $1,000.
Farewell.
Yep. Well, I hope it's not Garrison 2.0, but the problem is, how do I explain this? We don't know anything about it. That's the problem. And that is the problem. So who knows? Right? Like, who knows what it's going to be? Get back to me when we know more. So you're probably wondering, what is star form? Well, you notice this whole time I've been running around in it, boomkin form, right? Well, star form is this. So now I can run around like this. And this way I can have some transmog while also still having cool animations of being a night elf. Woo! Alright, so my biggest... So I think adding housing to the game is a good idea. Let me start with that. There's a lot of possible ways that can go well. Housing is a very good way to add endgame to a game. It's a good way to give the players something to do once they've maxed out. WoW kind of already has that in the form of achievements, in the form of titles, in the form of mounts, right? Adding housing, giving you more like furniture to get and more housing, cosmetics to get, stuff like that. That is definitely something that is going to keep players playing and keep them engaged at endgame. So that is something that hypothetically will be a good thing. Look at FF14 or Guild Wars 2 or 1,000 other games for examples of what I'm talking about. Even Lotro has housing as kind of an endgame material. Cool. Awesome. The other thing I will say is that something they have mentioned multiple times is they're actually going out of their way to listen to player feedback about what players think about, like how people are picturing housing is going to be, like what is in their minds when they presume something like housing, right? And so that implies to me that they're casting that out as wide as they can to try and decide what they're doing. In other words, that they haven't decided yet what housing is going to be, but that's arguably a good thing because it means that they still have the opportunity to change, adjust, adapt, and move forward with it, right? Oh, by the way, ESO, another good game with housing. There's actually a very specific house that I really want in ESO that I will never have because I'll never be invested in the game enough to be able to afford it. But still. Ugh. By the way, is this you, Bragman, or am I being presumptive? Oh, no, absolutely, Bragman. But they could, right? It's, oh god, it's like, it's large, it's 2 stories, it's in like, it's got the deserty terrain and architecture to it. It's got like a basement, there's like a courtyard area. I can picture it in my head, I don't know what it's called. I can picture it in my head. Anyways, point being, yeah, I figured. Here's Bragman's transmog, by the way. She looks like this because she's pure evil, obviously. But yeah, most MMOs have housing to some extent or another. WoW has resisted housing for a very, very long time. Now, we know one of the reasons is because of tech side. This is what Takoida just mentioned. They are probably going to have to be dealing with some brand new tech in order to make housing work. But the other side is that WoW has just always been resistant to the idea that anything other than gear is endgame. And that's stupid, to be very, very blunt. Even WoW, it's even nonsensical within WoW. A tremendous amount of players will do all kinds of things that are not gear grinding at endgame, no matter where the focus is at. So, finally acknowledging that people exist who want to do something other than Mythic Pluses and raiding is nice. That's a good thing. That's a good change. And the fact that they're willing to accept and embrace the fact that there's an end game other than the gear grind treadmill is a good thing. So that's cool. But that's unfortunately all I have to say about housing, because we don't know anything else. All of it's speculative at this point. So, Darnassus. Not super impressed from a gameplay angle. I don't think it's as bad as, say, Exodar, and it's certainly not as bad as Silvermoon. But I don't think we're going to get any gameplay hub positives here. So let's look at the aesthetics of it. Now, call me weird. I rather like the look of this place, but it does still have the exact same problem that Thunderbluff had. It's a vanilla zone. You can tell just by looking at the textures. Like, look at that. Look at that. It is still a vanilla zone, and at this point it's never getting updated. Wah, wah. So there's still some issues with it just not being great. It doesn't have much NPC set dressing. Its doodad placement is kind of weak. So really all it has going for it is the architectural contrast between the two styles. And the music. I'll give you the music. I do actually like Darnassus' music quite a bit. Honestly, I think this is even more empty than Silvermoon in my experience. Yeah, look at those. Look at those octagons. Oh, I'm sorry, Zactaf. I hope you get it fixed soon. So let's jot down some notes here really quick. Yeah, Darnassus has always been an empty city. I just mentioned this. Back in BC and Vanilla, this was my hangout spot because nobody was here. That was why. And yeah, exactly. In Thunderbluff, you have a great view. Here, you've got nothing. I think I am going to give multiple music positive, though. Not for Darnassus, but for Teldrassil. I'm sorry, Night Elven music is just legit. I don't know what you want from me. You know, so to go back to a comment we had recently, remember when the servers were down? And I was flying around in Western Kurthus. And I kept looking around. I didn't say anything out loud because Blateville hates me. But I kept thinking, this doesn't feel positive worthy. Western Kurthus just doesn't feel worthy of a brickwork positive. And I kept looking around and I kept reaffirming that as I looked around. And the reason I bring that up is I get the same vibe here. Like, WoW has so many better forests than this, you know? We've already seen several, in fact. This is just plain. It's not bad. I don't think it's negative worthy, but it's just there. It doesn't use its terrain very well. It blocks a lot of its vision with misshapen trees, which are old and not really very well look. I mean, look at how low quality these PNGs are. Yeah, Mulgore looks gorgeous now. And remember, that's pretty much vanilla Mulgore. But this is vanilla Teldrassil, and it's just, I actually agree with that as Miristar, and we'll see some of those as we go. So yeah, I think we're going to call this one just a wash in terms of brickwork. It's there. It's fine. For the time, it was mind-blowing, but as usual, we don't really review things for the time. Speaking of... Ooh, hang on, what's that quest? Oh, that's that guy. He doesn't matter. He doesn't matter. Actually, do I want to? Yes, I do. Okay, so let's go do this. Take the portal. Before we go do Rutherin... actually, hang on. Did they move this? They did. Let's do this. We're gonna do something weird here. Just bear with me for a second. No, my dear sister is, I believe, asleep at the moment. Because I am a terrible brother who neglected to inform her that we're doing that dungeon, like, on the weekend, not yesterday. So don't pay attention. Nothing's happening in Darnassus. Or not Darnassus, Darkshore. Another D word.
Peace be with you.
Let's do it this
Go
way.
in peace.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that when we get to Ashenvale. Oh yeah, by the way, there's the tree. You can really see it from a distance now. Probably one of the only things in the game that doesn't benefit from the improved render radius is, well, there's Darnassus. And by Darnassus, I mean Teldrassil. Yeah. I do appreciate how we get a sense of the size of it, because these are the roots that we've built Rutheron around. Alright, I need to be here, I want to say. Yes. You know, ironically, I think Exodar is technically better. At least story-wise.
Heroes of the Alliance.
Shut up, Raytheon.
The Dragon Isles have
Better story-wise than Darnassus. Don't worry. Well, I know we've been going through Stormwind several times. We will do a full Capital City review of Stormwind later. Don't worry. It's going to be our human monk, I believe, is when we'll do that. Yeah, Raytheon, you're still not born. You're still not born. Dude, the Disciples of Caradero were awesome. But not as good as the Exiles of Caradero.
Why, hello.
Yes, I would like to be in Cataclysm, please.
Who would have thought someone named Deathwing would bring about so much destruction?
I know, it's weird, isn't it? Yeah, we need to add a new LGA meme. Shut up, Raytheon, you're not born yet. And it's always you're not born yet, too. Like, really? Well, we were raiding guild, too. Best in slot, but yes. Why is it pointing me over here? Hi, Raytheon. Oh, that's why it's pointing me over here. You don't exist, Raytheon. You're not born yet. But I'm so sexy. No, you're not. Shut up. Oh, there's she's right here. Come on, Laura. Pay attention.
It's like meeting again for the first time.
Okay. Negative to gameplay. I am going to give a negative to Cataclysm specifically. In fact, I'm going to double that. So here's the deal. I actually wanted to see what that really did there. So you decide to time walk for Kata, because you want to go through the story in order, and you've heard that Kata is where the story and the gameplay get good. You've probably heard that from me. So I'm like, okay, cool. We'll do it. And you do the quest, and she says, so many choices. Which one to pick? I guess we'll see. And then she just leaves. And then we have the Hero's Call board. This tells us to go to Ungoro, Burning Steps, or frickin' Terrakar over in Outland. So this board was actually a really good invention in the game when it came out. Because what it would do is it would look at your current level and say, okay, well, you're level such and such. So here's some zones, and here's where you should go, like, for the area you're at. And that was awesome. But the problem is, the scaling now exists. So the zones we have access to right now at level 15 is, I think, like, literally everywhere. Looking at the zones. I saw 15. Oh, I saw 30. So we can't do, like, Twilight Highlands. That's 30. But, like, even East Plagues is 15. So that's, like, every zone except for 4 in 2 continents that we currently have access to. So the board just goes, and has no idea how to deal with that, right? So it just recommends you to everywhere. Yeah, exactly. So the board is the opposite of good guidance. It is, in fact, unhelpful. It's also pseudo-random. Like, if I pick this, like, I say I pick up the Terrakar quest, okay? Now I've got a Nagrin quest. Let's pick up the Nagrin quest. Okay, now I've got a Grizzly Hills quest. What? And now I've got a Dragonblight quest. You get it. We're going to now abandon all those quests I just picked up. Yeah, it's actually misleading, and that's why that is actually a negative. Because it's actually more than one negative. Because on the one hand, there's not a lot of guidance in what order to do zones in anymore. And there is definitely an order to do Cataclysm zones. Like, you remember that whole discussion we had yesterday? We're going to be doing Kalimdor in particular in a very specific order. Because there's a specific order it should be done in. There is a singular MSQ going through, I'd say, about half of Kalimdor. And imagine just being like, imagine doing South Barrens first, then Ashenvale, then North Barrens, then Stone Talon, then Ashara, then Durotar. Because you could do that. Nothing is preventing you from doing that. And if you talk to the board, you might get quests like that because it's random. Yeah, Kata used to be extremely helpful to figure out the order. Kata. The board used to be extremely helpful to figure out the order back in Kata. It doesn't apply anymore because it just doesn't work that way anymore. By the way, still my favorite Hearthstone in the game. Don't at me. Anyways. So thankfully, we have a guide. And that guide is me. Really is Mirrorstar? Wow. Listen, the magic of death is just something I know very intimately. I don't know what you want from me. I just want to show off something really quick because we didn't really finish here. So this is Rutherin, and you really get a shot of exactly how much they've carved out the roots of, you know, Teldrassil in order to craft it. You'll also notice some of it's underwater. So that's cool. There's just straight up a portal to Stormwind now, because they gave up on boats at a certain point in the game's history. And there's just a portal to the Exodar over here, because they gave up on boats at a certain point in the game's history. However, I believe this boat is still functional. I could be wrong. We'll find out in a second. There's nobody on it. Maybe I'm wrong. There's nobody on this boat. There's just a boat hanging out here. Cool. Oh no, the lack of guidance is its own negative. The bad guidance is a new additional negative. Yeah, that one's probably a prop, and this one obviously doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, some boats still exist. We showed that back during Northrend. So let's go move into Darkshore. So the first thing we notice about Darkshore immediately is that giant freaking tornado over there. It's kind of commanding a lot of attention, and unlike Westfall, we'll actually be dealing with that. No, the quest actually straight up tells you to go talk to the person who will then fly you there. In fact, I believe if I read it, it says, speak to Vespiritus to secure a flight to Lordanel. Yeah, there it is right there. So welcome to Lordanel. Population. Oh, hang on. I need to write down another note really quick here. You know what? I'm just going to triple that. Triple negative. Triple negative. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Other than abandonment negatives, so far Kata has gotten 5 gameplay negatives. And if that sounds like a lot, then you're not paying attention. Yeah, speaking of which, Darkshore, unlike Teldrassil, which is barely different, Darkshore is a very different zone. And bring word that more survivors are coming. They're doing everything they can to sift through the ones that are still alive. Please send any help that you can. So you remember how I mentioned how each Kata zone happens kind of at a specific point in time after the Cataclysm, right? Some of them obviously happen some time after the Cataclysm. Some of them happen almost immediately. This is one of the immediatelys. It's only been, I want to say, like days or weeks since the Cataclysm hit, from the perspective of Darkshore.
Elune be with you.
Did the Sentinels send you? Thank Elune. We need everyone we can get.
Asha Fela.
It's too late for Laird. He didn't make it in time. The last wave of Night Elves from Aberdeen attempted to escape a couple of hours ago. They stayed in their old home, clinging to the hope they would be salvaged, but it seems they were finally forced out. I fear many of them won't make it like Laird didn't. Go down to the coast and find any survivors you can. We're sending Sentinels and Hippogriffs, but every moment counts. We need to know which ones might actually make it.
May the stars guide you.
Oh, there's Belemith, right over there. Huh. Neat. Oh, sorry. Someone asked earlier if gear still matters when you're in form. The answer is yes. Belemith is from Dragonflight. Is how I'm going to answer that question. Volkar's body lies motionless. As you begin to move away, a hand reaches out and grabs your ankle. He's alive! I'm glad to see you made it, but where's Grimclaw? We'll worry about him later. I need to get you to safety. Thank you for your help, friend. I'll take it from here. Yeah, sure thing. Let's see if we can find anyone else here. Delamond? He looks almost peaceful, buried only slightly in the sand. By the way, you may or may not have noticed, but the motif of the song playing right now is the motif of the Twilight Hammer. I hope they do, Magister. We'll see. I mean, we do have an Elven expansion coming. Grishella rolls onto his side and looks at you as you approach. You see a hopeful smile creep onto his face. Oh, Dentaria will be so happy to see you alive. I'll take him back to the priestess. Thank you for your kindness. Of course, of course. Let's see who else we can save here. There's Barathras. As you turn his limp body over in the water, a brutal injury on his head makes it very apparent why he did not make it. Grondor reaches futilely towards you as you approach, but his arm collapses as life slips from him. Not everyone knows you can actually talk to the dying here, too. In other words, you can talk to people other than the ones who are going to make it. As you approach, you hear him grasp for breath. He looks to stand a chance if rescued soon. Cerelian! Oh, you made it. I'll get him back to Lordanel. Thanks for your help, stranger. Yeah, no problem. Here's Gwyneth by Longe. The Night Elf turns to you as you approach and reaches for your hand. It's too late for me. We earned our fate with our pride. Go, others may have made it, and save any that you can. Her grip loosens as life slips from her. Trenthris's eyes stare unblinking into the distance, betraying the sorrow of his last moments. So this is what it feels like to be mortal. Her question trails off as her breathing stops. As you approach, a whisper escapes her throat as you approach. Help, please. I'll see to it she's returned safely. Thank you, hero. You're welcome. And thank you, Chilpangalu, for the sub. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, as per your preference, please let me know. So, this is one of those interesting things. I've talked about this before. WoW does this more than you'd think. This is internal continuity. Every single one of these NPCs is someone who was in Aberdeen. Right over there. Back in vanilla. And pretty much every single one of their bits of dialogue here, including the dying, is something specifically that references what their quest was back in vanilla, or what their role was, I should say. Yeah, I remember pretty much all of these NPCs. There are a couple I don't. I've done all these quests, so of course I do. Oop, wrong thing. Super Lesbian Animal RPG, 2D platformer block, and Sid Meier's. Any mount that can fly can dragonfly, as I am proving right now. Is a mount from Legion.
Greetings.
Thank you, Druid. Some of them surely would not have made it without you. We'll be taking the wounded to the main building once we have them all back in town. Maybe you can meet us there later?
Goddess watch over you.
So yeah, here's Lordanel. Very pretty.
How may I help?
Some of the survivors of this last Aberdeen attack are still trying to make it up the coast to safety. We only got word that they were coming within the last hour. I wish we had more warning. The coastline west of us is swarming with vile spray, vicious little water elementals. We need to clear them out if the survivors are going to make it to Lordanel.
Be careful.
Let's go do that then. Well, admittedly, my overshirt is just in the wash, which is why I'm not wearing it. But thank you. This is the Cataclysm shirt we'll be wearing for the duration. How likely is it I'll ever do streamations again? 50% chance. I either will, or I won't. Yeah, you see the logic there, Lord Harrowmont. It just felt so appropriate to do, especially the North Barons, or I guess the Barons Quagmire chain. Yet the MSQ on a Night Elf. Fun fact, we'll be doing the Horde side on an Orc. I don't know. I'm told Arcane Season 2 is total garbo. And Andor Season 2, ugh. There's no way it can actually be good, right? Like, it's impossible. I thought about Taran, actually. If you're paying attention, we did level a Taran, but I've already deleted that Taran. Mr. Red has become Mr. Dead. So I decided not to go with Taran, especially because the Taran don't really have much reason to until later. That's right, I'd rather watch Donkey Kong Streaminations. Hell yeah, brother. Here we go. Banana Slammer. No, that was not serious. Sorry, Suffocom. I thought about continuing the Gavo, but I got other plans for the Gavo. Boop, boop, boop. Pay attention, Mark. Pay attention.
What brings you here?
Your efforts are very much appreciated. Since the Cataclysm, the elements have been completely out of control. We have little hope of taking back Aberdeen without extinguishing their presence
Farewell.
first.
Pleased to meet you.
Greetings. I'm helping Tharnarian here try to unravel what's been corrupting the wildlife in the area. I've set up some machines in the field that can analyze animal parts and possible corruption agents. If you can give me some good samples, we'll get to the bottom of this affliction quickly. The first one's Buzzbox 413. I need you to go to the beach just south of town. I'll get you some flesh from the nearby corrupted Tidewalkers and bring it to the machine so I can analyze it.
Right.
This is one of the early players' new introductions into the new Cataclysm style of questing. We'll see this in Ashara as well.
Goddess bless you.
It is good to see you. You were instrumental and you were key in ensuring our loved ones made it home, and I hold some hope that you will help us further. Like Laird, their wounds will be grave, every one of them battered by coast and assaulted by elementals. I'm doing what I can, but I fear that those elements hosted a toxin that has weakened their ability to heal. I can concoct a salve, but I need the secretion of the muscles of the clams. Can you help me?
Asha Fela.
Yeah, I can help with that. Listen. He likes drinking, okay? Like a lot. Like a lot. Like too much, really. Like, oh my god. What is wrong with you? I still do not appear to have underwater form. How do I get underwater form? Oh, there it is, 17. God, leveling is so slow in this game. Ugh. Leveling is so slow in this game that twice my sister and I have both out-leveled the 35 range for the heroic on accident and had to start over. How are we just ripping the muscles out of these clams? You know what? I withdraw that question. Don't answer that. Yeah, did you know there's actual lore to EverQuest? I say that jokingly about a lot of games like Call of Duty or World of Warcraft, but no, there's actual lore to EverQuest, and frankly, I'm pretty sure most people don't know about that at all. That's a good question, Dakota. I do not know. Huh. Wonder where that comes from, then. It's good lore. You'll never see it. There's gameplay in FF14? What? Actually, one of my favorite tidbits during the FF14 Dawn Trail run was we were, what, like day 3 or 4, and several people are like, why are there no gameplay positives or negatives? It's like, well, that's how this works. We haven't gotten to the dungeons yet. And we don't consider the classes yet, so... Good evening, Jay Palmer. Alright, now that we're about to drown, let's not. I mean, it felt like it was doing the ARR thing again, right? Nice, big, long lead-in to the meat, so to speak. And for good reason, considering the whole soft reset thing.
Elune be with
You bring the muscles? I worry our time goes very short.
Go in
You
peace.
do perfectly, thank you. I suspect they'll want to thank you personally when they recover, so maybe you can stop by later?
Goddess watch over you.
I don't know. Socializing with people whose lives I've saved? I don't know. I'll think about it. We've just unlocked Strathholm. The machine crackles loudly, and his static, hidden voice becomes audible. Lovely! I hope you didn't try to kill too many of them. We're not trying to wipe out the population. We just need to get to the source of the corruption. And quickly. I'm proceeding with the analysis now. Interesting. The source of the corruption definitely came from something external. No surprise there. But it appears that in this case they've been eating something foul. A large mammal. Maybe a bear? Search the area for a bear carcass, okay? Slightly east of there would make more sense. Bring me the sample back to town. Okay, I can do that. And there's a crab just eating on the bear, like you do.
Can I help you?
Welcome back. Did you find the bear sample?
You have a great day now.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the stuff they're eating. Let me take a closer peek.
Off and away.
There's a couple of other forms of wildlife that we verified infected. It's actually good news that crabs appear to have caught this from the bears. Hopefully this means this all stems from one source. We need to focus on the bears for now. Buzzbox 723 is near the waterfall to the east. It's going to be messy work, but necessary. I need you to bring me some fresh bear guts.
Daylight's burning.
Do they have to be fresh? That's asking for a friend. Oh, that would be an interesting idea, Blade Duval. Because like in Stormblood, it's that one weird one you get while you're going across the ocean, right? When you're on your way to Kigane. In Heaven's Word, I'm not sure which one is in Heavensward. What's the first dungeon in Heavensward? Listen, I just want their babies to see that I'm killing their mommies. That's all. Almost all dungeons are unlocked via either MSQ or a blue quest. Okay, Palmer. So, that's it. You do the plot, and it's like, here's a dungeon. I really can't remember the first Heavensward dungeon. I know the first ARR dungeon. That would be Sestasha. And that is a decent chunk of time before you get to Sestasha. You have to do the initial regional stuff first. I think you're right, Blade to Paul. Excuse me. Rude. So what's the first mandatory? Like, what's the first main dungeon in Heavensward? Stop watching me kill your parents, please. I don't want Bat Bear here. Okay, fine. I'll kill you too. There you go. Sohm all? That's... God, that's like 2.5 zones in, isn't it? I guess 3.5 if we're counting Ishgard. Wow, that's pretty far in. Holy crap. I know the answer to that, Gowry. In fact, I know the answer to both of your questions. So first thing you do is you go watch the World of Warcraft series. And then you follow that order. Hi, Zar. Yeah, you can also watch this very review series. I'm kind of trying to do a lot of this in order. The good news is we're past BC and Wrath, so I don't have to do as much work to curate things anymore. Like, if you're paying attention back in BC and Wrath, there were several times where I had to do a quest chain, and then go back to town to get another quest that I was supposed to be doing the whole time, in order to do that quest, in order to try and keep everything coherent. Oh my god, really. Okay, so we've got Water Dungeon and Stormblood, which is almost immediate in the gameplay-focused expansion. We've got Sohm all, which takes absolutely forever to get to. I'm pretty sure Shadowbringers is a ways in too, right? You have to do the first run of both zones before you get the first dungeon. I think. That sounds right. I don't even remember the first Endwalker dungeon. And again, ARR's Sestasha. Yeah, doing all the quests on one character. Tower of Zot was the first Endwalker dungeon? Wow. You can do all the quests on one character. You will pretty much inevitably outlevel the content. Because, duh, right? So at that point, you will stop engaging in the gameplay side of the content at a certain point in time, and just be on the story axis. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Yeah, the results are coming in now. We should have some information about how the bears are contracting this. Just a moment. Duskrats! They've been eating duskrats. Those little buggers only come from one place. A cave up against the cliff face to the east. Find a path up to the northeast. The duskrats are either getting into something nasty or someone is intentionally spreading. Either way, bring me back several samples of them. Sure thing. Let me find a path up here. There we go. Oh, I went too far up. Hello?
How may I help?
I rushed here as soon as I heard the news from Whizbang. I know who's behind this. Zen Foulhoof! Do you remember him? Okay, real talk. Even back in the day, did you remember him? He came over from Teldrassil after he was chased out for performing perverse magics. The kinds of corruption he employs are not welcome amongst my people, and it seems he's taken a step further, perhaps as some sort of revenge. Zen's been given too many chances. It's time we remove this threat to all that is natural. Kill him and his minions.
May the stars guide you.
So, you remember the satyr who we actually paused and talked about the satyr and what satyr were? He also gave us a quest to go around and get him, like, various little trinkets. And then, in revenge, we went ahead and gave him a thing that turned him into a frog. It's that guy. He has apparently decided that letting him off with a warning was worthy enough of him trying to seek actual revenge against us. So now we're going to kill his ass. I think it was a mistake to continue having 5 levels instead of 10 in Pandaria. No, it was more or less mandatory at that point. They had to get back onto the 10s. The only way they could do that is have an expansion of a 5 or an expansion of a 15. Oh, that's irritating. Whirlpool. The key appears to be the animal for the animal cages throughout the Cliffspring Hollow. Tharnerium would probably appreciate it if you took advantage of the situation to free some of the uncorrupted Duskrats. I guess. There you go, be free. Yeah, an expansion of 15 actually sounds like a terrible idea, to be quite honest with you. I just got here. I literally just got here, J. Palmer. Unless you're asking in general, in which case, of course, I have. Yeah, they probably won't. Too many players associate power progression with levels. And I don't really mean that as an insult. It's an obvious way to explain that you've gotten stronger. But I mean, for God's sakes, even in the actual game, you barely get any stats for going up in level. What makes you stronger when you level up is the fact that you gain another talent point. Like, that's the actual progression, is the talent point. Damn it, J. Palmer, you're supposed to be watching me 24/7. You gotta boost my numbers, man. $80 is the current level cap, yes. Probably Magister. At which point they'll probably do another level squish. I don't know what their plans are, actually. Damn right, J. Palmer. For real, I don't know what their plans are. Nobody knows what their plans are. I don't think Blizzard knows what their plans are. I know what you're thinking. Hang on. If they get rid of levels... Unfortunately, I don't know anything about Max. I'm sorry, Zach. If they get rid of levels, the question will be, how do you get talent points then? Which is honestly really silly. Because the answer is extremely obvious and apparent. So let's say for a moment that we do Darkshore. Hey, check it out. Do you see right there? There's 6 chapters in Darkshore. Do you see that? The game has been tracking this for a long time, actually. Because the game has always been keeping track of your quest progress. It just hasn't been very good in the past about showing you that quest progress. So, every chapter end, every quest that marks the end of a given chapter, gives you a talent point. Or maybe just finishing a zone gives you a talent point, depending on how you want to spread out the talent gains. And there you go. Boom. Done. There's your progression. Why is there a Forsaken here? I mean, other than the fact that they're pure evil, obviously. Hey, pure evil guy, come here. Yeah, Guild Wars 2, ESO. This is not exactly a new idea. A crude, hastily assembled apothecary's workbench stands here, heaped with scrawled notes and noxious brews. It looks as though the Forsaken have been studying Foulhoof's handiwork. You grab the most important-looking notes and prepare to smash the laboratory before notifying Tree Tender of your discovery. Oh yeah, no, we have so many different ways of alternate leveling progression that I have an entire category for it when it comes to reviewing. Ironically, we haven't used that category much because we keep covering RPGs that do your basic, you level, you get stronger method. But we have a bunch of those now. Like, that's old hat. I might have just bit off more than I could chew. I am now dead. Wow! I actually wasn't expecting that. Holy crap. God, those old tree textures are terrible. Let's see. So, yeah, we can try to quest progress, but nobody wants to quest, and wow, that's crazy talk. So right now, one of the things in the game is that the game tracks how many of what types of activities you do over the course of a week. And as you do those activities, you gain gear. It would be a very easy, indeed trivial way to try and tie that to also having be power progression, that is to say talent progression. You know, hey, you did a delve. You did a section of a raid. Right? If for whatever reason you don't like the questing idea. Although, I gotta say, the last thing WoW needs to do at this point in its history is to discourage its players from questing. I think I can just lay that out there pretty solidly. If you don't want to quest in WoW, you are playing the wrong game. To be quite blunt. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Questing is meat content in WoW and has been since vanilla. I struggle to even come up with an analogy for that because it's so crazy. I think the main reason for time walking cutting off at 70 is they don't want old rewards to scale up. Maybe? I don't know. Real answer, I don't know. I am sure there is a reason for the time walking cutoff. It's probably a stupid reason, but it's probably there. Frankly, yes, Fife. Oh, also, so Laterall mentions the idea of being rewarded for exploring. Dragonflight introduced that concept to WoW. They actually straight up pulled the concept of the Explorer points from Guild Wars 2 or from Assassin's Creed, depending on who you ask. I will admit I don't have an answer off the top of my head for what they could do in order to resolve the gear problem of time scaling up, time walking up to max, but I think that's a resolvable problem. Wow, how did you see me? Like, I think that's something we could fix, you know? Yeah, like, just cap gear at, what is it, 503 or whatever? You know, the gear that you cap out at anyways by questing. Boom. Done. Vistas, that's what they call those. Alright, Zen. Remember me? I got another treat for you, but this one isn't going to turn you into a frog. Sky shards, I remember those. Pax and I used to be religious about making sure we got all of them. Ironically, what would probably be best for WoW's long-term sustainability is to kind of try and drift away from the gear treadmill in general. I say that in like a hypothetical sense because I'm not actually sure if that's true or not. It's possible I'm completely off my rocker. But the thing is, the gear treadmill kind of locks WoW into certain things, certain concepts, certain progressions. certain aspects of the game more or less have to be the way they have to be because it's always expected that you're always pushing the gear treadmill, right? There's our new ability. We'll try that out for a bit. Oh no, you would absolutely turn off a lot of the player base. That's why that would be a long-term sustainability concept. And it's why I'm also not sure if I'm right. It's possible that would be the thing that finally kills WoW. I don't know. There are other long-term MMOs that have walked away from gear that have made that work, but they also had that kind of baked in from word go.
Hello. Goddess.
It is done then. Thank you. I can only hope that the wildlife hero will see more peace with his passing. Probably, yeah.
Elune, light your path.
Whoop. There we go.
Be careful.
Yes, Night Elf?
Good luck, friend.
I'm pleased to hear you were able to free some of the remaining wildlife. With a bit of good fortune, we'll find the cure for the corruption and that others have faced before any more of them die.
Till next we meet.
What's this? You found something in the cave.
Goddess, watch over you.
Aww. So the Forsaken have been studying Falhoof's work. My gut crawls at the thought of what they might have done were we able to weaponize his corruption. You've done well to destroy their work, but this raises deeper concerns. What brought the Forsaken to our doorstep? Are they working with Shatter Spear trolls to the north? Sorrows upon sorrows. I'm glad you're here.
May the stars guide you.
Hey, did you get the stuff? The sooner I can start working on a cure, the more animals we can save.
Be seeing you.
Well, there should be plenty. Thanks so much. I'll get working on the cure for this nastiness immediately.
Daylight's burning.
Daylight is apparently burning.
Hello.
It is in times like these we are forced to stop and examine our way of life. We're mortal now, and no matter how much we desire otherwise, we are deserving of a new place of this world. Bashalaran, down the path to the south, was once a city of our ancestors. It is now home to cursed ghosts. We held hope of salvation for them as with ourselves, but we have left them in torment for too long. It is time to extinguish the final flame of Bashalaran.
Good luck, friend.
Be sure to stop by the bridges southeast of town. You should be able to get a lightsaber to get you into the ruins. Well, thank you, Scoochie Mane. Appreciate. Also, I feel compelled to plug the World of Warcraft series really quick. Plug.
Ishnu Allah.
I would like to extend my gratitude to you for saving us. I would call myself fortunate, but my beloved Anaya lays long dead. I am alone and deeply troubled, and sadly I require your aid once again. Wandering the woods of Darkshire after my rescue, I found myself in the ruins of Bashalaran, where I saw the haunted spirit of my beloved. She must be freed, but I lack the heart to do it. Her spirit must be destroyed.
Good luck, friend.
He is also a quest giver in Vanilla.
Can I assist you?
Please help. I can barely sit up. Speaking of quest givers from Vanilla, my friend, a bear named Grimclaw, he's not here. I sent him to the Sentinels to know we were coming before we left Auberty, but he never arrived. I said something might have been amiss as we were leaving, but with the evacuation, I never had the chance to act on it. If he's injured, there's only one place that he would go, the Withering Thicket. Please bring him back to me safely. He's my only family.
Goodbye.
Worse in every way, Jay Palmer. But still good. You can also type !wow to see a direct comparison of the two. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The best starting zone in the game, not counting Evoker, is Demon Hunter. The second best is Pandaren, the third is Goblin, and the fourth is Worgen. And then the fifth is Death Knight.
Ishnu Allah.
I have come to Bashalaran to grant peace to the troubled spirits of the Highborn, but I find my hand hesitates with each blow. If you would aid me, you would have my gratitude.
Goddess watch over you.
Yeah, sure, I can do that. I knew it, Jay Palmer. The good news is I don't think I've actually done the type up for the Kazan stuff. And I haven't, yeah. So I haven't actually typed up the Goblin stuff. So I'm not sure if Goblin or Worgen was better. Or in which ways. Oh, it's a cast time. The class I'd least recommend to a new player. Depends on what you mean by new player. Which I know is kind of cheesing, but like, are you a new player to WoW, or are you a new player to MMOs, or are you a new player to RPGs? Those are very different questions. Oh, I just got silenced. Just gonna live with that. Or die with that, as the case may be. Holy crap. Hang on, I'm still chewing on Taquita's question. I'm going to lean towards yes. I think I could see that working. I can picture that working. Might be a better way to put that. Yeah, I think... Excuse me. I think I could see that working. Okay. So class I would recommend the least. So let's say you've never played an RPG before of any kind. I would strongly recommend avoiding some of the more complex classes like Monk or Rogue, classes that have, you know, some ceiling problems and output problems. I'd also probably avoid playing some of the squishier classes like Mage. Of those, I'd probably put Monk as the most avoid. So, now if you've never played an MMO before, but you've played RPGs before, I'm going to shuffle that over a little bit, and I'd say I'd probably recommend not playing any of the classes that have a little bit more issues soloing in general, which once again would include Mage, but I think I'm going to expand that to include Rogue. Rogue is fine and fun and interesting, and I've actually already shown off a little bit of it, but for the most part, Rogue is doing its own thing over on the side. Which, of course, leaves us with, if you're new to WoW in particular, and you've played other MMOs, the only class I wouldn't recommend you play brand new if you're jumping into WoW is Rogue. Oh yeah, Hunter still is my best recommendation if you're new to WoW. Hell, if you're new to MMOs, I'd still recommend Hunter. It is smoother and easier to pick up than most classes. It's got ranged, it's got a built-in tank to help you to solo stuff when you're not sure what you're doing. Yeah, it's funnily enough, Ranger is also a good shot over in Guild Wars 2. Go figure. Can't say the same about Bard. But nobody likes Bard, so that's fine. FF14, ironically, I have a much more codified answer for. See, the thing about WoW and FF14 is in both games, all classes are good at high level. But the difference is, in WoW, all classes are good by 20. And it takes no time at all to hit 20, even if you're not trying, and even if you don't know what you're doing. So, cool. You pretty much will figure out within about an hour if you like a given class or not. And that's awesome. FF14, that is not true. So there are certain classes that I absolutely do not recommend playing in FF14 unless you're really committed to them for the long haul. The biggest two by far are Paladin and Black Mage. I know, those are two very iconic classes, and they have some old things. And of course, they do eventually get good, both of them. But I would never recommend starting FF14 with Black Mage or Paladin. Ironically, a class I would recommend early on for FF14, if it was possible to do so, would be Dancer. Yeah, I was just chewing in my mind if I would agree with Machinist being an early player-friendly thing, and I think I would. I think Machinist would also be a good starting player class. Machinist gets some complexity, but it takes a while to get there, and it's certainly pretty smooth to pick up. So yeah, I'm going to stick with that. Dancer and Machinist would both be very new player-friendly classes, if that was possible. Which it is not. You cannot make a new Machinist, and you cannot make a new Dancer. You have to earn up to that. There's a reason why I have that pre-baked answer of play an Arcanist or play a Monk. And then when you get higher, we'll think about other classes. I believe 50 is when everything pretty much starts unlocking.
Hello.
You have my thanks. Though they are not able to show it, you have the thanks of the Highborn Spirits as well.
Del Nadris.
Welcome to the Dragon... No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Well, that's different. Bit of a... What is going on here? What is with all this crap? Holy camole. Actually, yeah, Ross. Don't mistake me, Monk's a great class and WoW, but it's not very new player friendly. There's a lot of moving pieces going on, and there's a pretty high skill cap, or skill ceiling. Do not worry about me, my wounds are deep and death will soon come to me. It's up to you now. You must stop the Twilight's hammer. The old gods they worship have granted them power over restless water spirits, but that power is tenuous. Channel Elun's presence through this orb. Once the elementals have been defeated, use this power to banish them permanently.
Elun light your path.
Actually, I have Colgrim, and I was very, very good at it. I'm going to go with no, J. Palmer. Ignoring the obvious fact that it's actually pretty easy. Unless you talk about the guy who's actually there in the zone. But that's actually another negative which I've already given. So I suppose I will once again go with no. As weird as it sounds, the only reason we're having issues is because we're trying to do older stuff. And frankly, there are mechanisms in the game to prevent that from happening. You'll notice that Raytheon has stopped popping up. That's because the moment you start time walking, that trigger goes away. Imagine for a moment, just picture this in your head, if every time you leveled, regardless of time walking or not, every single level, Raytheon was like, hey! Hey, go to the Dragon Isles, hey! Hey! You should go to the Dragon Isles. That would be negative worthy. That would be awful. Is the current count for a gameplay expansion? It's so, if you see, whatever you count you see up here, this is purely for the current expansion. In this case, Kata. Yeah, tell me about it, Fife. It's funny, because the aforementioned Bard over in FF14 has a button that does that. Yeah, exactly. This game is pretty mod heavy, so they probably would have a Shut Up Raytheon mod. Raytheon... I don't think he is... Well, okay, I know he's not blood-related to Ronan. Apparently there is such a mod, so ignore me. Oh, I've actually heard of the Talking Head Remover, yeah. Yeah, let's just get rid of all of them. Just top to bottom. Oh, god damn it. Look, I don't have the ability to understand jokes, okay? Well, we haven't really talked about allied races yet, but I'll go ahead and give you some thoughts right now as we're doing some basic things here. So, allied races are overall a really, really good idea, and something that, frankly, they need to do even more of. Obviously, they don't get their own zone, and that's fine. And they don't get their own starting experience, really, and that's fine. Because the idea there is the starting experience for an allied race is the quest you did to unlock them.
Vishnu Daldi.
Yes, I know a lot of those are bugged right now. That needs to be fixed. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying. From a perspective of philosophy, that's where that's at.
May the stars guide you.
That's right. Raid Shadow Legends Band. Wait. Yeah, allied races have been great for two big things. Narrative, as Monobrand just points out. But also additional cosmetic options. I mean, I love my Nightborn. I'm just saying. Now, some of them are just wet noodles. Like, the High Mountain Tauren are pathetic, and the Lightforged Draenei are pathetic. But I'm going to let that go, because both of those were very clearly prototypes. I was like, okay, hold up. Let's see if this works at all.
I am listening.
Greetings, traveler. You seem to have an interest in my friend here. You're here on his behalf of his friend Volkor, then, I imagined. If Volkor didn't come himself, he must be injured as well. I hope he recovers quickly. Grimclaw is too injured to be moved, and he's going to need some immediate treatment. I'm afraid I can't let you take him back just yet, but maybe you can help me tend to him. I have no doubts that Grimclaw will be recovering. I will be recovering with the help of my healing magic, though I can't say the same for the poachers that attacked him. Still, I could use some salve to close his wounds and lessen his pain while he heals. To the east, you'll find crumbling stones, and amongst them a variety of fuming toadstools that flourish in the damp environment. Bring me some of those toadstools so I can mix a salve. While we tend to Grimclaw, I'd like you to peacefully gather some ritual materials from the nearby wildlife. I need whiskers from the moonstalkers. Just pluck them from the sleeping ones and move away quickly. I need hair from the doe, just to avoid the stags. And I need fur from the bears. Wait until they catch a fish, then get a sample before they finish eating. Please do not harm any of them.
Goodbye.
Hi!
We cannot condone reckless violence. It's not our nature. However, there are times when the consequences of avoiding battle are too high to ignore, as is the case with the Naga. When the earth in the area shattered, a section of these ruins to our east rose. Those ruins once housed those loyal to Queen Ashara, and it seems her kind of returned in search of something. Here, take this petrified root. You can use it to deal with their fallen, to raise ends to aid you. Deal with them and their leader swiftly. Stop killing me. Yes, sorry. Allied races, it's kind of a buzzword marketing term, but what it refers to is a non-full race. Every allied race follows the same general precepts. Your main has to do a quest chain, which unlocks the allied race, and then from that point on you can make them. Allied races also are built, most of them, all but I think like 2 of them, are built off of the bones of another race. And they also all have narrative reasons for being part of the factions, rather than just like, you know, hey, here's an orc. Like the Kultirans, there's a whole thing in BFA about the Kultirans joining the Alliance, for example. Or there's a whole thing in Legion about the Nightborn joining the Horde. Thanks for that, Tyrande. Well, the Kultirans are one, and I don't remember the other one, but I feel like there's another one too. Because like the Void Elves, for example, no, Worgen aren't an allied race. The Void Elves. Would you stop? I'm trying not to kill you. God dang it. The Void Elves are Blood Elves, but with different cosmetics. The Nightborn are Night Elves, but with different cosmetics. Stuff like that. Please leave me alone. Oh my god, they're gonna kill me. They're gonna straight up kill me. Holy crapola. Must not kill. Was asked by nice man to not kill. Ah! They're still chasing me. This is insane leash radius. Like, wow. I'm actually shocked at how far they're chasing me here. Look at this. Look at this. They are still chasing me. What is this, EverQuest? Oh my god. Okay, now I gotta see. I gotta see how far this goes. Okay, for those of you not aware, WoW actually has a pretty short leash radius. It's one of the shorter leash radiuses in the MMO space. So, generally speaking, like, the leash radius should be, like, from this lamppost up to, like, that hill up there. And that's it. This is crazy. They're still following me. I have never seen this happen before. Yeah, EverQuest radius is as long as you're in the entire zone. Which appears to be what the Moonstalkers are doing. Good God! All I did was rip out some of their whiskers. Why do you hate me so much? No! No! Fine, 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 fine. You all get to die. Ah, damn it, Ross. Can't get away from EverQuest. Anyways, oh, I like how the trees are being pulled into the whirlwind. I don't think I've noticed that before. Excuse me. Anyways, back to the quests we were doing. Damn. I almost wish I'd kept going, see how far they'd actually follow me. Oh, God. It would be fascinating to see what EverQuest has turned into. Josh Drive Hayes did a relook at EverQuest 2 years ago? Something like that? Relatively recently. And his description of the experience was very much not what I remember about that game at all. Correct, Blade Jamal. You cannot mount while you're in combat. Now, there's actually a new caveat. This is brand new tech. I don't know when they added this, but it's very, very new. If you start mounting and then something aggroes you, you can continue finishing mounting. The way it used to work is you would start mounting, and the instant you got into aggro, the casting animation would be canceled, and it'd be like, nope, wrong. Like just happened there. Did you see that? It went by very quickly, so I apologize, but try not to die too. Run from the Bashir music. What do you think will be the best thing at the Game Awards today? I really hope we get a bunch of new stuff to make fun of. That's not really a joke. It's like my old E3 wishes. My biggest wish for most E3s was to have more fun stuff to make fun of. Because let's be honest, E3 ain't for us, and neither are the Video Game Awards. I was mentioning this earlier on Discord. I don't really have anything particularly against Jeff himself. Mostly because I have no information on Jeff, so I can't speak negatively about someone I know nothing about. The Video Game Awards can go straight to hell. No, Geoff. It's the guy who runs the Video Game Awards. No, Jay Palmer. People are still voting for the LGAs, so as long as people are still voting, the votes are going to stay open. That's pretty much how that works. Some of you may or may not have noticed that I've been keeping track of how many people have been voting in the voting channel in Discord. Oh, doing it on a weekend? Probably, yeah. More people can usually show up there. Oh, that's easy, Savacom, because there's less than half the number of questions there. It's tracking all votes, not like voters, if that makes sense. So, for example, if there's a poll with 10 questions and you answer all 10, it goes up by 10. Oh, right, I need to do this, don't I? Quest objectives here. I've heard you can hear about it on the website von Falkenstein. Which is actually funny because that's a lie. You cannot actually find out about my my Discord on my website. Some people say I need to put an invite on the website, and I am not that stupid, so no. as I hate to buy into the gated communities thing, we have seen in action just how bad it is when we just leave the door open. So we won't be doing that ever again. Actually, there's a caveat there. Something I have considered is that I might be okay with the idea of leaving the gate open, so to speak, if I ever get to the point where I can actually hire someone whose entire job it is to run and manage and administrate the Discord. Yeah, exactly, Carolina. Someone who can be a full-time mod squad and actually deal with bad actors as they show up. No! Stupid bear. Actually, I guess stupid Naga. Oh my god. You're both dead. You're both dead. You didn't just daze me. You hamstrung me. I don't see a question from you at all, Elizar. No. I don't see anything from you. This is the first time you've talked in a while. You're lying to me, Elizar. I mean, I could tie it to Patreon. There's nothing really preventing that. And in fact, every patron who's ever been like, hey, can I get an invite? I've just been like, here you go. Is it possible to get every animal in like Pokemon in WoW? I'm going to assume what you mean is the actual Pokemon gameplay of WoW, which is this thing. So the answer, can you get all these animals? The answer to that is no, because several of these were timed events or things that you just can't get anymore. However, you can get like 99.9% of them, yes. I don't do that anymore because I just stopped having fun with that particular gameplay. The enemy and what? Do you mean like the thing I'm currently writing? Okay, these are called mounts. Is it possible to get every mount in the game? Same exact answer, ironically. 99.9% of this stuff is stuff that is totally feasible for a player to get. And some of them you cannot. Nope, that's the wrong one. Ugh, go away, I'm trying to show off something. Look, I'm going to write an entire anime, okay? Okay, so I've got this idea for an anime. It's about a penguin who has discovered that he's actually a clam in disguise. He doesn't know how to deal with that because he has no memories of being a clam. So he's going to have to use this robotic prosthesis in order to blend in with a high school. And he's going to meet his one true love, who is also his rival and his sister, while he's there. Unfortunately, he's going to be tempted to cheat on her with her duplicate alternate twin from another dimension, who is also a robot. Demonology is correct, Bregman, yes. Yeah, Battle for the Undercity, oh my god. Anyways, what I was trying to show off, Elizar, is this mount right here. I have this mount. You currently do not have the ability to get this mount. Periodically there are things, usually for this, where occasionally some of these mounts will come back. That's actually why I have some of the mounts that I do, like the cat. You know, the cat's like, hey, buy it in the real store. I didn't spend a dime on that. I just got it as a result of doing the monthly thing. That is still a form of FOMO, and I'm not trying to say it isn't, but it doesn't bother me for the reasons I've discussed many times before. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm doing something wrong with this quest. I'm not sure what it is. Sleep, J. Palmer, sleep. And yeah, there's also the anniversary mounts. I'm not defending any of this crap, I'm just commenting. The things I'm supposed to be using this on. So I'm supposed to use this to kill Naga, but like, I don't see the actual targets, and I'm about to die to this. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Can you trade mounts? Nope. Can you trade anything in this game? Nope. I mean, you can. I've talked about this before. The overwhelming majority of WoW is what we call BOP, as in it is focused on what you have and what you can hold. Once you have it, you can never trade it. Pets, some pets can be traded, yeah. Like, I actually, let's go back to our pets for a second. Nope. There we go. So my Baneling cannot be traded, of course. But my Arctic Hare cannot be traded, okay. Here we go. The pet that dropped off of a raid boss. That guy can be traded, for example. Aha! We pull it out of their corpses. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. It's yeah, bind on possession. It actually stands for bind on pickup, but it's the exact same concept. Well, everyone keeps saying they're going to do a Legion Classic. I wouldn't be surprised. Legion and Pandaria aren't just my favorites. They tend to be some of the golden boys when it comes to like expansions. The only other one that's really big up there would be Wrath. So I would expect either Wrath or Legion to be the next remix. I mean, yeah, of course I would, Elizar. I'm the one who thinks we should get rid of BOP as a concept. Or at the very least make it way, way more limited. Not classic, I meant remix. I don't care about classic.
Is there trouble?
Ishnu del Diab. Farewell.
Grimclaw is quite the fierce combatant. I feel somewhat sorry for those poachers, despite their aim.
Asha Fela.
You have my thanks. We should be able to speed his recovery dramatically with this salve.
Del Natris.
I will tend to Grimclaw until his rest is done. He'll be ready to return very soon. I have one more favor to ask. Well, a favor to grant you, really, should you recognize it. The great wildlife spirits roam around us, waiting and hoping that someone will aid in stopping the destruction. They're with us even now, and with the materials you brought me, I can grant you the sight. Speak to the spirits, choose one, and accept their blessing. Okay, who do I have to choose from? I don't see anyone. There's no one here. Is this spirit... Oh, my God. Nope, I'm wrong.
How may I help?
Hello? Look, I'm going to be real. There are other ways to monetize. If all you're interested in making money, we can still be smart and make money. It's one of the things that pisses me off so much about corporate America. Something I understand entirely too much about is that everyone insists on being stupid in making money rather than being smart in making money. You can do both. Sorry. Just, yeah, anyways.
I am listening. Farewell.
Why is this not working? Second. Oh, Pandaria Remix. I got every freaking cosmetic. Are you kidding me? Oh, I know. The monetization people aren't smart. They're not interested in long-term income. They're not interested in having a sustainable and viable product that they can live off of for years and years. They want all the money. They want it right now. And then they want to move on. B-O-P, Elizar. Stands for bind on pickup. bugged out because I was on a mount. Let's try that again.
Hello.
Maybe. Hello, game. What is PvP? PvP stands for player versus player. It is a commonly used acronym to refer to competitive multiplayer content. Oh, god damn it. That thing right there, that's what I need to collect to advance the quest. There we go. Hey, hey. Alright. Ugh. For countless ages I have walked these forests and lived in these mountains. Through snow and fire I have watched civilizations crumble and nature press on. Now the very earth turns against us, and it becomes very apparent we must fight it if our legacy is to continue. Your heart is true, and I would choose you as our champion. If you value the thick hide and resilience of my kind, then accept my boon. Know that the other spirits will not accept you once your choice is made, so choose wisely. Nope, I'm good. Let's go.
Can I assist you?
So it is done. You've received the blessing, and I will now complete the ritual. Please stand still. Do I have to? Yes. Oh, okay. Well, done. With the binding complete, the blessing has taken hold. It will most certainly make your travels in these lands easier. Grimclaw made a full recovery. Before I could do anything to stop him, he bolted towards Lordanel. I suppose that means it's time for your departure. It was a great pleasure to have met you. For now, farewell. Send my best wishes to Volcar and Grimclaw.
Teldrassil.
Yeah, we go to the Land of the Dead a lot, which is funny when you think about it.
How may I help? Goddess, watch
You
over
have our
you.
thanks. It is time we leave our past behind us and start looking to the future. How very not Night Elven. I approve.
Good luck, friend. Del
Back that a
Nadris.
second. One more level.
I am honored.
You've returned. It's good to see you again. I suppose we have you to thank for Grimclaw's return. I'm afraid I have some bad news. I was unable to purge the toxin, and their condition worsened. Rashala died shortly after you left, and Volcar passed just before you came back. He lived long enough to see Grimclaw come back safely, so he died with a smile on his face. I'm just sorry I couldn't do anything more.
Go in peace.
For now, I must do everything I can to save Sheldron. Yeah, for those who don't remember, this guy had a whole quest thing back in Vanilla about his bear. He actually dies here.
What brings you here?
I somehow avoided being inflicted with the same toxin the other survivors now endure. I cannot help but be envious of them to a certain degree. Living in eternity alone does not seem like living at all.
Be careful.
Thank you. Perhaps it would have been better if I had done it myself, but even after these thousands of years, I could not bear to raise my hand against my beloved. Please leave me alone with my grief.
Elune, light your path.
Yeah. If it's not really obvious, that's what's left of her spirit or ghost or however you want to think of that. Not a true undead, but at the same time, quite possibly a type 2 undead, aka natural undead. little more somber tone here for the Night Elven stuff, which makes sense. There's a lot of teeth kicking going on here.
How are you? Safe travels.
You look like an able sort. There's a great number of rakes off the coast here. Some old, most no. For quite some time I've been trying to get at their holds to put their valuables to good use, but there's a nasty infestation of murlocs that seem to have other ideas. I've sent scores of adventurers, none have returned. Worry not, I learned my lesson, but that's not your fate. Swim due north, look for Gary. He'll explain the new plan. It's pretty simple, really.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Translation. This is a quest in vanilla, which we are now following through on.
I am honored.
If we didn't have enough on our hands with the land and the elements turning against us, it seems something has riled up the trolls to the northeast, and they've started on the warpath. I'm not sure what their aims are, but they've already attacked several of our scouts and have already besieged the cultists at the Tower of Athalax. We sent a contingent of our best sentinels to counter their attacks. If you would travel northeast to the ruins and join them, I'm certain they could use the extra hand.
Farewell.
So, what is my experience with PvP in WoW? I have no way to summarize that. I have PvP'd extensively in WoW. So, the answer to that question is yes, I have experience with WoW PvP. Quite a bit of it. What the heck? Oh no, I am a foolhardy adventurer. Beep, boop. Oh no, the Murlocs have come to kill me. What do I do? Please do not destroy me, for I am helpless before your onslaught. Murloc pests have attempted to steal... Murloc pests, I have come to steal your treasure. Attempt to stop me quickly. Oh man, screw this quest in vanilla.
Pleased to meet you.
How do you do? I'm Gary. I assume Gorbald sent you. If you're here to help, the plan's pretty simple. I rigged up some decoy bots. We prance them near the Murlocs and activate the cooldown. They'll pulse a light and use sound, and after a few seconds they'll explode, taking the Murlocs with them. If we get enough of them, we should be able to make our way to the ship's hold with less casualties this time, hopefully. That part's not for you. Just get blowing those little fishmen up. Do I think LOL is toxic? No. I know with 100% and total certainty that LOL is toxic. Yes, come to me. Closer. Come closer. And burn!
What can I do for you? Be good.
Oh, the decoys worked then. Great to hear it. Don't you worry about the treasures. Me and Gary will take care of that this time around. Truth be told, if something went wrong again, I lost any more of you adventurer types, I'm pretty sure they'd kick me out of town. Yeah.
See you soon.
Ding. Important ding. The reason why is because now we have access to this. Freaking finally. We are now officially a druid.
What brings you here?
Linda sent you a lend a hand, didn't she? I'm glad she did. I could use the help. I'm working on our initial plans to start whittling away at their ranks. Please feel free to help Tisha and Bathul in the meantime.
Be careful.
Sure.
How may I help?
There are several ruins similar to these spread throughout Darkshore, many of them inhabited by troubled spirits of the Highborn. Out of mild courtesy for their cursed souls, we haven't been overly proactive about stripping the ruins of artifacts, but those hesitancies vanish in light of the new troll threat. While you're aiding the Sentinels in their goals, please collect any artifacts you can and bring them back to me. I would like to preserve what little I can.
Goodbye.
It belongs in a museum.
How may I help?
There are large numbers of Shadowspear trolls scattered throughout the ruins to the north and northeast. I suspect they're looking for magical artifacts, but none of our scouts have reported the discovery of anything of significance being turned up. They may just well be fueling the war. One thing is fairly certain, though. Less laborers would slow down their offensive, so less laborers is what they're going to get. You in?
Good luck, friend.
Hell yeah, brother. Time to kill some trolls. They might even notice that I'm killing them. No promises. These are trolls we're talking about. Oh, and to answer your other question, no. WoW PvP is nowhere near League of Legends PvP. WoW is a large game which casts a large net, so you're going to get all kinds of people from all kinds of walks of life. So you are going to have some toxic people in WoW. Duh. Just ask Paragon or Linearuth about that. But my experience with WoW PvP is a lot more vanilla than that. By contrast, I have never had a good experience in League of Legends. Not once. Now, you're probably thinking, well, hang on, it's not their fault that they're so horribly toxic. The game itself encourages them to be that way. And you're right about the game encouraging them thing. I've mentioned this before. One of the biggest things I dislike about WoW isn't actually directly connected to the player base. It's the way that the matches are structured. A given match in LoL can last about 45 minutes on average. But a given match in LoL is also usually decided in the first 5 to 10 minutes. So, in other words, if you are not sure what you're doing, or you're new to the game, or you're just trying it out, or whatever, and you're trying to do your thing, and you are not keeping up with what needs to happen for the current meta, then you are effectively losing your team that battle. And they are pretty penalizing about leaving a match early in League of Legends. In other words, the players are heavily encouraged to push down very hard on anyone who is not playing as optimally as possible, because it'll completely screw over the entire team's next hour of their life. That's not great. That's encouraging toxicity 101 right there. Like, people say WoW encourages toxicity. No. Let me tell you a story. I'm not actually going to tell you a story. That was just a phrase. Unfortunately, WoW is getting that way. I actually do agree with that. Mythic Plus is not fun with pugs, to put that as bluntly as I possibly can. I pretty much refuse to do Mythic Plus with anybody I don't actually know at this point, because screw that nonsense. Would you, like, stop dazing me, please? Oh yeah, it's at the competitive level. Most people will never see the actual, toxic high end of WoW players, because most people aren't playing at that level. Like, if you're Mythic 8 Plus is when you start to actually progress into that. You're not going to really see that until you get to, I don't know, like 11, 12-ish range, something like that. These appear to be orders dispatched to the overseers at the ruins from a superior in the Shadowspear war camp. Most of the documents contain negligible strategic value, but a couple of lines stick out to you. We've captured another Night Elf spy. I'm sorry, this is a troll, isn't it? We captured another Night Elf spy spying on our operation. She has been taken back to our camp to be tortured for more information. Keep an eye out for additional spies. We cannot afford our operation to be compromised. Yes, let's go torture people, because, see, they're the good guys. You can tell, because they're torturing people. No, I don't think I read that yet, Spartan. I haven't really had a chance to get caught up on Discord lately. But I need one more. If someone's treating an 8 like a 16, then they're getting sweaty. And they probably shouldn't be.
Hello.
Great work. Thank you, Druid.
Farewell.
You're welcome.
Farewell.
Ishnu Allah, Del Nadris.
Yes, Druid.
Be careful.
Another? They have more than one. I will not leave any of the people to be tortured. We must act quickly.
Goddess watch over you.
I have a scout that we lost contact with a couple of days ago. I assumed her dead, but it appears she's been captured. The trolls indicate that they have at least 2 captives, though. The only other person being defined is Alandarian Nightsong, a civilian that was in the area against my advisement early yesterday. The Shadowspear have established a war camp to the north. It's almost certainly where many of the prisoners are being taken. Find them if you're able.
Farewell.
The trolls are building their forces and supplies at the war camp to the north. When they feel they're ready, they'll almost certainly launch their attack on Lord Enel from that location. It shouldn't take us long to rout this rabble, but I'm not one for taking unnecessary risks. I want you to fight your way to the camp and set fire to the stockpiles.
Del Nadris, I am honored.
To the north, the Shadowspear have a war camp where they're constructing catapults. The camp is guarded by mystics, but I started receiving reports there's sites of orcs and Tauren? I don't want to make any assumptions, so go in and kill them.
Good luck, friend.
What? Hang on, did I misread that? I don't want to make any assumptions as to what that suggests, but I do want you to go in and kill them before they can make any further strikes on the Sentinels. Yeah, okay, that's actually what she said. Okay. Zone update that disappointed me the most. Well, I already mentioned Teldrassil, because it was so little different from the original. But I actually have a much stronger answer for that. Dust Wallow. So, earlier we were talking about like worst zones and like most vanilla-y zone in the game. And someone asked, of the zones we have currently done, which one's the most vanilla-y? Dust Wallow is by far the most vanilla-y quest that's still in the game. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking Silithus. But hang on. Silithus at least does have the other layer that happens post-Legion. So, even though there's still not much going on in Silithus, it is still less vanilla-y than Dust Wallow, which is practically unchanged. Sometimes, yes, Dakota.
Ishnu Daldiel.
She looks very pale. You're here to save me? A bit later than I'd hoped.
Good luck, friend.
Laura sent you. Should have listened to her. It's just hard to take trolls seriously, I guess. It's way too late for that anyway. We're mortal now. This is the fate we all have to face, one way or the other. I've had time to accept that. I have one request, though. Kill the torturer that did this to me. I call him Ricto. You can find him literally right over there. I can see him.
Farewell.
Yeah, sure. Oh, wrecked. Pillars of Snow. Dust Wallow got an update in BC. And that's it. That's the last update. That's a lie. Cata... They technically did do a pass-through of Dust Wallow in Cata. But when I say technically, I frickin' mean it. Like, it's one of the most bare-bones, barely pass-throughs you'd ever think. Like, you think Teldrassil is the same. Teldrassil had, like, a remaster pass, right? Polishing up several of the quests and making them a lot more fun or interesting, or updating the quest to acknowledge the fact that this is now instead of then. Dust Wallow is, for all intents and purposes, a BC zone. So, we do have one last BC zone to cover. I am not looking forward to it.
What brings you here?
Good to see you. I wasn't looking forward to enduring what Alan Darian did, so the rescue is somewhat welcome. I saw the troll leader before I was captured, and I thought I had the perfect opportunity to kill him, but he's protected by some sort of magic shield. Mora needs to know more before she mounts her assault, but first, let's get out of here. Let me get to the dock.
Be careful.
Let's do it. I swear that was there even in BC, Maverick. I don't remember, though. Like, the main thing I remember that they changed in Dust Wallow, the thing that happened in Pandaria, is the highway. They added the highway. No quests regarding it. No story acknowledgement of the fact that the highway exists. They just added the highway. What's funny is Dust Wallow is technically really, really relevant to the story of Cataclysm. In fact, it's relevant to the MSQ of Kalimdor, which I've referenced many times. But they never updated Dust Wallow, so it functionally has nothing to do with that story arc. If you've been paying attention at all, you've noticed whenever I mention that MSQ, it always ends at the South Barrens, which is the zone you do right before Dust Wallow. Or is it Dusk Wallow? I keep screwing myself over here. It is Dust. I am correct. It is Dust Wallow. Now I'm curious. Hang on, let's look at the patch updates for Dustwallow. Frickin' Tarns. Ugh. Hello, Evo. I'm doing an escort quest. Don't worry, it's a Kata escort quest, so it's not crap. Thanks for getting me out of there. I should be able to swim back from here, but before I go, one quick thing. Yeah, what's up? I was afforded a brief chance to attack their leader, and he was protected by some kind of magic. Make sure Mora hears of this before leading any kind of attack. Okay. Farewell, newcomer. Do I like lasagna or vegetable soup? Yes. Wait, was that a choice? Yes, is still the answer. What do I want next? What did I get last time? Let's go ahead and grab... Oh, I mean, they're really, really good. We'll get the Ents. The Ents are just too good not to get. Put them up, let's put them up here. Okay, so... I was right. I was just double checking. So in patch 2.3, that is during BC, they reevaluated Dustwallow, changed it for a 20 to 60 round, added a new goblin cat town called Mudsprocket, and new quests for Mudsprocket, Theramore, and Brackenwall Village. So that was in patch 2.3 BC. In patch 4, that's Kata, they added the highway and adjusted the levels of the quests. That's it. So, wow, even I didn't realize they had changed it that little. I thought they at least screwed with the quest text a little bit, but nope. Wow. So yeah, Dustwallow is going to be a BC zone. 100%. Wow. Is Mal'Ganis dead? We'll talk about that later, Elizar. Yeah, apparently I'm not done with BC just yet. Are you still going to make that foodie thing, Evo? For the Christmas party? I don't remember what it's called. I have no brain. Alright, where's all these armaments? Excellent. Good, good. These armaments? These are armaments. Yep, I definitely know how to pronounce that, Evo. That's how good I am. I can just look at them and be like, yep, bam. That's pronounced. Pretty sure that's how that's pronounced. I could be screwing up some of the phonetics a little bit. Oh, it's a charcuterie board. I actually know what those are. I've had those for dinner. They were quite good. I think I still stumbled over that a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. We're all tolerant here, right? Right? No? Okay. Cool. Could you stop for 5 seconds? I don't want to kill you. Alright, die. Here, tell you what, Eleazar, since you probably all aren't going to be around to hear the answer to that question. So you asked about Mal'Ganis' fate. So here's the truthful, no really answer to Mal'Ganis' fate. We don't know yet. Every Dreadlord has this really, really bad habit of being yo-yoed back into the story by Blizzard because they just can't let people permanently die in this setting. So, the last time we saw Mal'Ganis was in Shadowlands. If that's a permanent death, who knows? We'll see. It would not be the first or second time we have killed him. Hypothetically, it should be the last time because we killed him in his home plane. No, I guess we didn't, though. Never mind, I take that back. So we didn't kill him in his home plane, so I really don't know if he's permanently dead or not. Could you guys stop? Please, please, just... Oh my god, oh my god. Here, look. It's fine, it's fine. I'm just burning your supplies, okay? Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm just passing through. I'm just... Oh my god, I'm just passing through. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. I'm trying to remember. There were 3 of them, I think, in that fight, weren't there? I really remember because those raids are just... Like, I think I've done both of those raids once. Ever. Indeed, I will do them a second time. And I might do it for achievements and cosmetics, but, like, I don't really plan to do much with those raids. Fine. Enjoy the death. Getting in my way. Okay, sorry about all that. That's a good question, just now. Truthfully, I'm not sure. Like, usually when mortals die, they go on to the Shadowlands, regardless of where they die. But who knows? Ah. So we're not actually anywhere near done with this zone yet. So I'm going to go ahead and cut off for lunch.